Tribune.
Girder. Dur.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see you today. A very, very happy International Sawfish Day to one and all. I'm really glad you could make it. We are going to have a fun special stream today, so I'm really glad you're here. For those of you who might be here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about extinction and evolution and the origins of biodiversity, talking about why all of this stuff is important, why it makes a difference in our everyday lives, why that perspective that comes with studying the ancient past gives us a point of view about the present and about the future that we wouldn't otherwise have. It's just a certain kind of wisdom for making decisions, thinking about things. Does that make sense? Yeah. During the summers, I'm out digging dinosaurs in the field and streaming it whenever I can. But it's not summertime. It's, well, it's fall here in the San Francisco Bay Area where I live. So I'm back here in my office, and this is where we do science outreach live streams. Every Monday through Thursday. So that's going over new scientific papers, answering viewer questions, just trying to share a cool perspective about the history of life on Earth. And of course doing special events like International Sawfish Day. So I'm really glad you're here, everybody. Welcome, welcome. What a big rostrum you have. Thank you, HD. It is. It's pretty nice, isn't it? That's 3D printed, by the way. I do not have a real sawfish rostrum here in my office. That is a 3D print right there. So yeah. Yeah. We'll be talking about why it's not a good thing to have something like this. In like your personal collection because, well, yeah. We'll be talking about that. Anywho. Sawfish are incredible animals, and you're going to be learning all about them today. By the end of this stream, I guarantee not only will you know more about sawfish than you did before, but your appreciation for these incredible, bizarre, beautiful animals will be enhanced significantly. So, welcome to Paleontologizing and happy International Sawfish Day. Let's see who's here in the chat already. We've got Matt M33 and Kodali. We're first once again. How are the two of you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have your Lenina. What's shaking with you, Lenina? I'm glad you could be here also. I hope your week has been going well. We've got Bonch. Hello to you. Triple Bonch, good to see ya. Cast Meow Black and Tommy Ploticus. The Spy and Darth Jacoby. Saggy Iguana and Kawaii Isopod. Phoenix the Archaeologist, how are you doing? It's good to see ya. Ms. Yvette, howdy, Ms. Yvette. And Danish Viking, hello. HD and HB, Grim Deviant, Lady Lara Croft, Alexander Morrison, and Charlie's Dragon. How are you doing, Charlie's Dragon? It's good to see you. Welcome. Tolkien Otaku and Classical Gas. How are things? Gamer Tragic and Bush Doctor. Canyonero Boy. How are you doing, Canyonero Boy? Hello. And Craigery. What's shaking with you? Shamed they canceled the International Sawfish Day Parade after that terrible accident. Oh no, Craigery. Don't say that. Mark Melvin, how are you doing? Hello. And Gamer Goobin, how are you doing? Iacane Powder says happy Sawfish Day, and same to you, Iacane. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well, Iacane. I heard you got a new dog. A new puppy. That's super exciting. I hope everybody's adjusting to that well. Dogs that... Yeah. Hope everybody's getting along. Here they are, which is awesome. Yeah. Will62, howdy. And Gamer Tragic, hello. I did get a new puppy, says Ike, and his name is Banjo, and he's a terror, and I love him. He sounds awesome, frankly. That's very cool. Anyway, and Nilo the Lab Witch, how are you doing? Wish I could watch too, but it's already nighttime here. Well, Nilo, thanks for coming in and saying hello. I appreciate it. Happy International Sawfish Day to you. I hope you've had a good International Sawfish Day. Yeah. And Ms. Yvette says, do you know if dinosaurs ever co-parented, like sisters or aunts would come and sit on the eggs? We don't have any evidence of that for extinct dinosaurs, so no. We don't even know if mother or father dinosaurs were the ones primarily taking care of the eggs in the first place. So, yeah, that's a tough one, for sure. And hope you're doing well. I definitely am, Neil the Lab Witch. It's been incredibly busy. Barely had time to get stuff together for today's stream, but let's go ahead and get into our sawfish stuff. Let's dive in here, as it were. There we go. And let's talk about what are sawfish to start with. I think that's a good place to begin. So let's do it. Here's a little intro with everybody's favorite big fish TV man, Jeremy Wade. Hang on just a moment and let me get this set up for viewing here. There we are.
Dinosaurs were the
And
sort
hang
of
on a
creatures
second.
you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Creatrix Brits.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you for the 30 months of support there. Really appreciate that, Brit. Thank you. Keeping me online. I hope your 3D printing has all been going well and everything's good in your world, Creatrix Brit. Good to see you. 30 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Appreciate that. Alright, here we go. It's going to be a little bit sensationalized, maybe. Araguagua. Interesting. They do. Yeah. With some frequency. Large rivers like the Amazon. Yeah. So there's the underside right there. They don't really. They just want to be left alone. Echo Thump, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Happy International Sawfish Day to you. Yeah, they don't do that. Oh, boy. Yeah, so I've got it reversed so that we don't get copyright stricken here, but yeah. So he's already invading this creature's space, trying to do it harm, being very cruel to it. Hmm. Turnabout's fair play. That's all I'll say. They're pretty chill, actually. They're just super interesting and cool. That's from River Monsters. There's a link right here. Just kind of setting us up at the beginning of the stream, showing that this is a creature that captures people's imaginations. Rightfully so. Sawfish are incredibly cool. And Mizavet says sawfish are related to sharks. Sort of. They are elasmobranch fish, so they are chondrichthyans. I'll show you what that means. Let's jump into our Tree of Life once again. Here we go. And whoops. Let's take that and put that right there. Okay. Let's go to the vertebrates. These are animals with bones. There we go. Vertebrates. Most of my best friends are vertebrates, I admit. You've got jawless vertebrates, agnathans, then you've got jawed vertebrates, and then you've got cartilaginous fishes, chondrichthyes. This is the group to which sawfish belong, as well as skates and rays and sharks and chimeras. Critters like that. Critters with cartilaginous skeletons are your cartilaginous fishes. You've got the sharks right there, Selachii. Then you've got the rays, skates, and sawfish. This is the group, obviously, to which sawfish belong. Batoidea. So bats, like bat rays. It's the same root word there. So sawfish, I think, are most closely related to guitarfish, aren't they? We've got the rays and the skates over here. And then you've got stingrays, guitarfish, sawfish. Here we go. Yeah, I'm not sure what this clade is called. But sawfish, also known as Pristoidea, I believe. I think that's the name of the clade. Pristis is a genus name for a bunch of these guys. Here we go. Sawfish. Like Pistis microdon, the wide-snouted sawfish. Large-toothed sawfish, Pristis parotati. Or parotati. Parotati. Common sawfish and small-toothed sawfish. Unfortunately, the common sawfish is not very common anymore. They are critically endangered. Pristis pristis. Yeah. Sawfish, sawbuck, guitarfish, shred, says Iken. There you go. Yeah. And pristine fish. I do wonder what that root word means. Pristis. Presumably that's Latin, or maybe Greek. But, you know what? I feel like we can look that up, actually. I've got a Latin dictionary here somewhere. Where did I put that? Hang on. My cousin got this for me for my birthday ages ago. And I occasionally pull it out and use it. I'm not sure. There it is. Latin dictionary here. Let's look that up. Key. Christus. E-R-A. E-R-O. Primoris. Cipatus. Priscus. Okay. Now Pristis with a T. Pristinus. Okay. Former, previous, or earlier. It says right here. Interesting. So I guess it's the same thing, like prime or something, like primus. From before. Former, previous, earlier. That's pristinus. Interesting. And priscus, right here, like Varanus priscus. Like, that's what used to be Megalania priscus, the giant monitor lizard. That means ancient, antique. Pristinus means former, previous, earlier. So, very, very similar words there. I wonder if that's where this comes from. If it is, that makes a lot of sense. People think of sawfish as being ancient, almost prehistoric-looking creatures. And, well, it's a subjective thing, whether or not you think they look prehistoric. But there certainly are kinds of chondrichthyan fishes very similar to this that go back to the Cretaceous period. Go back to the Jurassic, I think. We'll be talking about some of those later. Wait, Prius is actually a word, says Iacane? Did you see that in here? I missed it. I bet you it is, yeah. Sounds very Latin. Prior. Princeps. Principum. Provadio. Priscus. Primus. Prius. See, prior. Yeah. So yeah, it's the same kind of deal. I want to say that Toyota Prius is one of the first commercially available hybrid vehicles. And so that was a good name for it, certainly. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Pristis sawfish from to saw. Oh really? So that's from Greek and not Latin? Hayes system? Interesting. That might just be a happy coincidence that it also happens to mean like from before, earlier, antique, that sort of thing. Here we go.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
And Jojo with the flow, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, Pristis. Like Pristidae, the sawfish family. Yeah, Pristis sawfish. From Prio to Saw. Huh. Yeah. Interesting. So whoever named this, it might have been Linnaeus, actually. Who loved using Latin for this sort of thing. He may have been using kind of a confluence of those two. The Greek meaning to saw, and then Latin meaning, you know, old, from before, something like that. Yeah, scientific genus name Pristis is derived from the Greek word for saw. Thank you there. Hayes system, I appreciate it. Huh. Anyway, very cool stuff. Genus Pristis, I think, is right here. There are two sawfishes. Yep. Genus Pristis. There's 6 species there. And then you've got this one. Karate Hangar. Interesting. Anoxipristis. Part of the sawfish family. So this is interesting. This tree implies that guitarfish are actually a kind of sawfish, or they're at least, I don't know. There's probably not common names for some of these groups, and so it's gonna get a little confusing. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And do sawfish use their saw like how paddlefish do? Asked the spy. I'm glad you asked. I happen to have a video of a sawfish using its rostrum, its saw there. Let's see. Take a look at this. So they will actually use that almost like you would imagine. They swing it back and forth in the water in order to stun their prey. Usually smaller fishes like this. Usually ray fin fishes, osteichthyid fishes. Yeah. So like skates and rays and guitarfish, their mouth is on the underside of their head. Think of them almost like a modified stingray or a guitarfish. You know? That's basically what they are. They're much closer to those guys than they are to sharks. Pretty neat. Whereas paddlefish are a kind of bony fish. They're not closely related to these guys at all. So paddlefish are a totally different kind of thing. They're filter feeders. They'll use that rostrum that they have as a sensory organ. So they've got a bunch of different little like receptors on there, so they can help find the prey that they're after. And they also use it kind of like to kind of keep them level as they're moving through the water. It's like a hydrodynamic thing as well. They open up that mouth. They really remind me of a basking shark, the way that works. And they use those gill rakers in their gills to sift their food out of the water. But these guys are not closely related to sawfish. They're a different kind of critter entirely. Like, that's more closely related to us than it is to sawfish. I want to make that clear. They are bony fishes. So, like, we'll jump from sawfish right here to, is it Paleodon, I think is the genus for the paddlefish? I have that right? Yeah, Paleodon, the American paddlefish. Yeah, they're way over here. They're closer to us as bony vertebrates, which is pretty cool. Anyway, good stuff. And very funny, Arlene. Good to see you, Arlene. Welcome. My paddlefish are such cool critters. While we've got the stalwarts here, I figured we'd do something that I didn't do last year for International Sawfish Day. And we'd read a passage from a book that I got, which I think is really amusing, about paddlefish. And Zitrat, this is, it's called One Zoom. Type in ! tree. There we go. Charlie's Dragon got it. Check it out. Wonderful resource. But I've got this lovely book called Dangerous Sea Creatures. I picked up a few years back. Antique book. Antiquated ideas. But written in an interesting way. I think it's... Here we go. Right there. Dangerous Sea Creatures. And there's a lovely passage about the sawfish in here. Here we go. There is a photo of a particularly large sawfish. Unfortunately, it's been killed by these folks. Captures a sawfish hanging from gin pole. Let me read a passage from here. Sawfish. The author says, when I was about 5 years old, there was quite a stir in the small Florida town on the Gulf where I lived. A group of commercial fishermen had captured a sea monster, quotation marks, and strung the creature up to a gin pole on the boat dock. The word spread rapidly, and in due course I was taken down to the waterfront to stare in wide-eyed wonder at the fantastic catch. No one thought of charging admission, nor was there an entrepreneur on hand with a straw hat and a cane to give a spiel about the creature that had been dredged up from the depths. It was just a big oddity to be viewed and discussed by those who might be interested. There, in touching distance, if I had dared, I beheld the monster. Someone had measured, and it was common knowledge that the creature was 17 feet long. I was told it was a sawfish, although there were some who mistakenly called it a swordfish. If you stood around and listened, there were all manner of tales to be heard about the giant that dangled from the heavy line that had been tied around its tail. Some, who seemed devoid of imagination, casually remarked on how they wished many more could be caught because they ate entirely too many oysters and crabs. I found it more fascinating to listen to others who related wild tales that they had heard about how large sawfish would attack boats, saw them in half, and proceed to butcher the human occupants. Still others told how such beasts were known to invade swimming beaches and cut the feet off of any and all who failed to get out of the water in time. It's just nonsense. Wives' tales. One thing was certain. No one was going to make me believe that such a fearful-looking brute could be content to dine on oysters and crabs. The longer I gazed in wide-eyed wonder, the more convinced I became that this thing they called a sawfish was undoubtedly the most dangerous creature the sea had to offer. Oh boy. From time to time, I'd been taken down to the waterfront to see extra-large sharks that had also been placed on public display. Their bulk and ragged teeth protruding from gaping mouths had been a source of wonder. But pilloried dead sharks...
From prehistoric time.
Germs Germ, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Long-pointed teeth, so many that I could not pretend to count them, jutted at right angles from broad, flat snouts protruding from the front of the creature's head. It resembled a section of a cross-cut saw with teeth on both sides of the blade. That's sawfish. Feed on oysters and crabs, indeed. The years passed, and my interest in sea life continued with fishing, observing, collecting, studying, and wondering, but the memory of that 17-foot sawfish has never dimmed. In the early years, I could simply not accept the fact that nature would build such a magnificent living weapon of destruction, and then decree that it should be used to use that awesome saw to grub about in the bottom mud, uprooting bivalves and flushing out crabs. It seemed tantamount to sending a knight in shining armor to dig out potatoes, where he should be busy slaying a fire-breathing dragon. There are two primary species of these amazing creatures. Anyway, he goes into detail about, like, I guess this is back in the day before they realized there was more than two species. It's kind of an old book. I think it's from, like, the 70s. Yeah. He continues later on, people have been injured by them, and sometimes severely so. But most often this has happened as a result of careless handling of one that has been trapped in a net. Other incidences have occurred when they have been hooked and brought alongside a boat without observing the necessary precautions for handling a potentially dangerous creature. During my travels to the West Indies, I heard several accounts of conflicts between humans and large sawfish that were too realistically reported to have been composed of whole cloth. It's like, people aren't making these things up. The details are too precise, I guess. You know, show me the data is what I would say. But anyway, one story involved two newcomers to the tropics who worked for the United Fruit Company in Honduras. After a full week of supervising the loading of countless tons of bananas, the two men enjoyed getting out on the bay near Puerto Cortes and experimenting with the abundant and varied forms of fishing that were immediately available. Their craft was a 17-foot catboat, and on the day that they encountered their sawfish, they were about a quarter-mile from shore trying to hook a shark. Suddenly, after letting a hook baited with a whole fish sink to the bottom, they saw the stout hand line being rapidly pulled over the stern. After a considerable struggle, the fishermen were able to see their catch. It had the body of a shark, but they had never heard of a shark with a long, tooth-studded snout. Along with their fishing tackle, they had included a heavy revolver. When they had struggled with their catch, which they estimated to have been at least 12 feet in length, they shot it several times. Poor critter. The lead slugs seemed to have had the desired effect, and since their strange catch was showing no signs of life, they went about the task of hauling it aboard. Their objective was to return it to town and see if anybody could identify the creature, or maybe confirm their suspicion that they had hooked something that no one had ever seen before. About halfway back, one of the men decided to examine the catch more extensively. He attempted to roll it over, and just at that moment, the sawfish came back to life. Presumably it wasn't really dead. But yeah, in a matter of several minutes, packed with explosive action, the sawfish severely gashed the legs of one of the Tyro fishermen, and the other was knocked overboard. The sawfish, bullet-ridden as it was, continued to bid for its escape, and did not stop until it had splintered one side of the boat and made its way back into the water. Battered and bleeding, the two men clung onto what was left of their catboat. They shifted their weight to the undamaged side and bailed as fast as they were able to keep ahead of the water that flowed through the broken planking. Eventually, they were rescued by a bumboat and returned to Puerto Cortes. After they were released from the local medical dispensary with numerous stitches and bandages, they related their story. The local inhabitants told them what they had caught, told them what they had caught, and admonished them never to try to boat a large sawfish again, even though it appeared to be dead. It was a warning neither fisherman needed. Anyway, there's all kinds of stories like this of people trying to hurt these magnificent animals and then getting very, very badly hurt in return. It's interesting stuff. Anyway, the book, which is compelling but very much dated, is called Dangerous Sea Creatures by Thomas Helm. So yeah, karma has its ways, says Salamander. I mean, yeah. And Joe Wingy says, what an awful fate to be hooked and dragged along by a boat. Agreed. It sounds like that sawfish got away. I can only hope it recovered from its wounds eventually and led a long and happy life after that, but anywho. Sawfish are... They often get the short end of the stick. And actually, in the past year, since our last International Sawfish Day, there's been a lot of news stories about sick and injured sawfishes, especially in places like Florida. We'll talk about that in a bit. But anyway, International Sawfish Day is, it's a legit event. These are incredible animals, and their conservation, I think, is of paramount importance. We'll talk about why. And you remember last year's International Sawfish Day, Little Pink Pony? Yeah, awesome. The International Sawfish Day, ISD, is an annual event that is held every October 17th, with the aim of raising awareness of these endangered animals and the threats they face. You can participate in International Sawfish Day by creating or visiting a sawfish outreach event in your community. That's what we're doing here. Giving a presentation in your classroom or sharing information about sawfish and International Sawfish Day online. We're doing that. So here we are. Here's a link. This is from the Sawfish Conservation Society. We'll be returning to this website throughout the stream. But let's take a look at a little video on International Sawfish Day. Let's see if we can find any new ones from this year. See what other people are doing for International Sawfish Day. Take a look at this. Day to celebrate and raise awareness of sawfish. So here's some infographics that you can get from their website there. There are 5 species of sawfish in the world. The dwarf sawfish, narrow sawfish, small tooth sawfish, large tooth sawfish, and green sawfish. I've actually got those up on the wall right here. They are all endangered or critically endangered. Oh boy. Here's some fun things to look out for. International Sawfish Day. Yeah, and there's the website. And let's see if we can find a video with somebody talking about these critters. Let's try this one.
Hi guys, my name is Julie and I'm an aquarist here at SeaWorld Orlando. I'm here today to talk to some of our ambassadors about our sawfish in support of International Sawfish Day. True or false, sawfish are actually fish?
Ooh, chat, what do you think? Are sawfish considered fish? Considered fish? What does that mean? What do you think? It depends on how you define fish. Exactly, salamander. Yeah. Don't talk about him that way, Kawaii Sapad. Are they considered fish? Let's see.
False. Sawfish are fish. We'll see. Yeah! Sawfish are indeed fish. They're actually one of the largest species of fish and can get up.
So it depends on how you define fish. If you mean fish as in bony vertebrates, then they're not. They're chondrichthyan fishes, so they're... Here. But if, like me, you consider all vertebrate animals to be fish, because they all descended from fishy ancestors. And here's sawfish here, Pristidae. They are chondrichthyans. Yeah, there's our sawfish. We'll scroll out from there. And they are cartilaginous fishes. So if you consider cartilaginous fishes to be fish, then sure. The word fish is really not it's not a phylogenetically informative term. You could just say vertebrate and that would work, but anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's continue.
To 23 feet long.
Question number 2.
Sawfish are most closely related to sharks.
Ooh, we talked about this earlier, but what do you think, chat? Are they most closely related to sharks? Let's see. Clever says skates. Ms. Yvette says rays. The spy says no, it's false. They're not closely related to sharks. Define closely. Yeah, there you go, Canonero boy. Yeah. I mean, we saw this earlier, sawfish. Come on. There we go. They are right here. They're actually most closely related to guitarfish. And then to skates and rays.
I think I actually know this. I think it's false because I've pretty confident I remember it's stingrays.
It's actually false. The sawfish have the tail end of a shark, but they actually have their gills and their mouth underneath their body, which is exactly how a stingray is built. So they are actually...
So yeah, they're related to things like guitarfish and stingrays and skates and critters like that. Bactoids is the
most closely related
group.
to...
And hey, Sea Films, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Happy International Sawfish Day.
Saw is used for A, defense, B, trimming underwater hedges, C, detecting prey and feeding, D, dueling with other sawfish.
Ooh, what do you think, chat? A, B, C, or D there?
I'm gonna go with dueling, because that sounds like the best.
Correct answer is A and C, defense and detecting prey and feeding. The rostrum is used for defense and is packed with receptors that help them find prey and soft sediment. They also will use it to hit and stun fish to help them get their next meal.
Yep.
You're fishing and you have caught a sawfish. What do you do? A,
what do you do?
Be amazed and excited. B, keep the animal in the water and take pictures. C, cut the line as close to the hook as possible. D, report the encounter to the International Sawfish Encounter Database and Florida Fish and Wildlife.
I think it's all four.
Let me take a selfie.
Cutting the line as close would make sense. And then reporting it would make sense.
It's actually all of the above. So you can be amazed and excited that the C one is awesome. You can take pictures because if you report it, they will ask for the pictures. And then you cut the line as close to the hook as possible and let the animal go as long as you report it.
There you go, how to do it. Welcome, welcome. Jerry Andrews, hello, hello. Neil? Researchers believe that small-toothed sawfish populations have declined around 95% throughout their historic range. Their estimated population around U.S. waters may be around 270 to 500 or so individuals, and it might actually be lower as of this year because there have been a lot of reports of dead and dying sawfishes on the east coast of the U.S. We will talk about that too. It is definitely cause for concern. Their historic range was like all the way up to like New York City, Cape Cod, that area. I don't think they've been there for a long, long time now. Pollution and persecution, overfishing, people just killing them out of fear. Yeah. If you're lucky enough to see a sawfish in the wild, please report the sighting to sawfish at myfishandwildlifecenter.com, fwc.com. Yeah. Here. Let's, This is from 3 days ago, from ABC News Australia. Sawfish do exist off the coast of Australia as well, like they do off the coast of the United States. Here, let's check this one out first. From 6 days ago. I don't know if this is going to be any good, and then we'll jump into the Australian news one.
Hello, Vinay Udiawar, research scientist at the Australian Institute of Marine Science, specializing in threatened species and megafauna.
What is the relationship like between scientists and fishers?
So historically, there has been a lot of...
Oh, this is great. I love when we've got just an unvarnished discussion with a scientist, you know? Not a lot of intermediaries, they're just straight from the researcher's mouth. I love this.
There's been a lot of contention between scientists and commercial fishing.
Look, I can't speak for everybody else. I'd say in some places there's people that don't trust scientists, don't want them on their boat.
There is this concern that, fishers are frightened that, if any information they provide about their practices can be used against them and can have an impact such as, reducing the number of licences in the fishery or closing the fishery and therefore having an impact on their livelihoods.
I'm Catherine Winchester. I'm the CEO at the Northern Territory Seafood Council. In the last 50 years, we've gone from over 100 licenses down to 14 licenses today in the barramundi fishery.
There is only about 5% of the coastline that's fishable for barramundi and threadfin salmon, so any loss is a big loss.
Increasingly, for fisheries to continue, we need to prove that we're not having any detriment on protected species. And sawfish are these beautiful animals that have this really long rostrum with the teeth coming out, which is almost like a chainsaw. And so that with a gill net from the barramundi fishery or the offshore net and line fishery is a gear that the fishermen would report that the sawfish would get entangled in. But no one...
So because of that big rostrum, you know, with the teeth coming off of it like that, that could very, very easily get caught in things like gill nets or other kinds of netting like that. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of imagination to see how this could get entangled, you know? And every time I take these off of my wall when we do International Sawfish Day or when I'm moving these around my office, I got to make sure to not get that tangled up in this because it's very, very easy to do, you know?
No one really understood what are the populations of sawfish like in the Northern Territory. We know that globally populations of sawfish are in decline, and the Northern Territory has 4 out of the 5 species of sawfish in the whole world.
We know comparatively less about a lot of the sawfish populations.
And interesting, they say 5 species of sawfish. It sounds like there's a little bit of contention about how many species of sawfish actually exist, like which ones are distinct from one another. The figure I've heard most often is that there are 7, but then we've got this right here that shows 5 species of sawfish. On one zoom right here, we've got, here we go, sawfish. This says 71 species, but this one right here says 7, the true sawfish. So I think there's some debate about that, about which of these species are actually separate from one another and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Here than we do in other parts of the world and other parts of Australia.
I would often hear from the fishers that they would interact with these species and that there's plenty of them out there. But we know that there's information gaps from a science perspective. So I picked up the phone to Australian Institute of Marine Sciences as to how might we set about a project to help fill some of those knowledge gaps.
The primary goal for this project was to try and quantify and qualify fisher knowledge to help fill ecological gaps in our knowledge of sawfish.
When you look at the science behind and understanding some of the protected species we have here in the Territory, there isn't the research or the science hasn't been done, but the fishermen on the water who've been out there since, you know, the 1960s and 70s have seen them on a regular basis. So I guess that's where we thought, well, how can we take that knowledge from the fishers and bring it together with the scientists?
So this is, as a scientist myself, this is encouraging to see that there's this effort to use knowledge of local people who spend their lives on the water like that. They make their living out there fishing. See if we can use their knowledge and kind of enlist them in this fight to help protect these species and preserve them from extinction. Anytime that you can get cooperation between scientists and the general public, I think that's a good thing. And so this is cool to see.
The one thing that scientists aren't good at is often, natural scientists like myself, is talking to fishermen that have this wealth of knowledge and capturing that. And because that wasn't my field of expertise, we brought in an expert.
So that is a common thing. Shoot. That many scientists just aren't very good at talking to the public, talking to regular folks, talking to working people, you know? Part of that is honestly, it's a class divide sometimes. Many times, I think. A lot of scientists are not from working class families. They're from professional managerial class families. They're, you know, oftentimes their parents also went to college, and there's this tradition, you know, in their family line of like, oh, you go and you get educated because you're middle class or you're upper class, and, you know, that's just kind of how you carry yourself, and they might not have a lot of interactions with, like, working class folks. this is something that I see all the time. And honestly, this is one of the reasons why I'm not always the most comfortable talking to some of my scientific colleagues, because I don't come from that kind of background. I'm a first generation, like I was a first generation university student. Like my parents didn't go to college. It's not really a tradition of that in my family at all. I've worked, a good number of like blue collar jobs throughout my career. Yeah, and that's not common in science. It's really not. I think it's an issue for a number of reasons, but I don't know. I like to think that that's what makes me a little bit better at doing what I do here on Twitch. Talking to folks about science. I've got kind of a different perspective because of that class background, And I think that's important. But yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. That's another thing too. But yeah. Claire Burr. Yes. Anyway, let's continue.
Is talking to fishermen that have this wealth of knowledge and capturing that. And because that wasn't my field of expertise, we brought in an expert.
My name's Natasha Stacey and I'm Professor of Communities and Livelihoods at Charles Darwin University. So the role of the project was to firstly source some volunteer professional fishers to share their knowledge with us about interactions with these particular species of concern. Globally, it's been recognised now that fishers hold a wealth of knowledge due to their time at sea and their, in many cases, 30, 40 years of engaging in fishing-based livelihoods.
So we sat down and constructed a few questions that we thought that might be useful to try and extract information or trying to get fishers to talk about their experiences.
We weren't sure how the fishermen would respond to being interviewed by a scientist or interviewed by a social scientist to formally capture their knowledge.
There's often a situation where fishers can feel reluctant about participating in research projects like this because they're concerned that information they've...
And it says fishers, lol. I mean, apparently this is like a regional dialect thing in Australia, I guess. Whereas we might say fishermen in the US, which is a gendered thing. Fishers is probably a better term. They say fishers. Cool. I hope everybody picked up on that. I hope everybody understands what's being communicated
provide here. Might be used against them.
The point of frustration for them was that, look, we see these things all the time. We know where they are. There's plenty of them over there. We don't go fishing there anymore. The populations are healthy. What's everyone going on about? And we would explain to them that, well, actually, it's not that easy to capture them. And the knowledge about them is very low. So we need your help.
My name's Peter Manning and I've been part of the fishing industry since about 1978. I was contacted by the Seafood Council and asked if I'd participate. Dealing with a scientist was really good. They made me feel comfortable, they gave me all the information I needed, then I could give them back what I knew. Like for example, when it was low tide, there'd be a big sandbar there.
You prefer
I think for a lot of the fishermen, no one had actually asked them to tell their story, to sit down one-on-one and just to ask them about their career, ask them about what fisheries they'd been operating in, and then to talk about these species directly. Some will come in, I'm not sure why you want to speak to me, but as soon as we asked some of the questions about them, the knowledge and the information was just flowing.
But it was fascinating to see how interested the fishers were about their interactions. Speaking more and more with them, you could see their enthusiasm of trying to recollect their interactions.
We did 16 interviews of current and former fishers, and I think it was over 4 decades of knowledge that we managed to capture.
The extent of the fisher knowledge that was shared with us in that first interview was just incredible.
Firmer teeth ones we used to see a fair bit of.
But they could recall very well instances from, decades ago where they had encountered particular species at particular times of the year in particular locations.
Coming in and just relating to my experience over the years in the different areas I fished. Sometimes they'd be lots and lots along the mudflats where we fished, and other times there'd be absolutely none. So They used to come in for different tides and different moon phases.
They were a huge success from the perspective of there was areas where there was common ground.
The interview questions and the outputs from the interviews were really important because they helped us identify specific locations.
So if 5 fishermen all drew in the same bay, that's an area where you'll find that species, then that would indicate that's probably a good area to go have a look at.
Then that information was summarised and then used for the fieldwork component of the project.
So we identified 2 key areas for fieldwork, and that was based
so cool they're able to
on
utilize
the
these data.
The fishermen had shared with us their knowledge.
That process gave us a really good understanding of certain locations where we needed to focus all our field efforts to maximize our chances of catching and tagging sawfish.
This is so cool.
So the boats from a project perspective were purely about deliberately going to these places based on the fish's knowledge to deliberately catch sawfish and get a satellite tag on them. When we took the scientists down to the commercial fishing boat to introduce the scientists to the fishers before they headed off on their field trip, I know the scientists were really nervous.
With any sort of project, you're getting to know the crew, you're getting to know everybody on the team, and it took a couple of hours or even a day to meld together and work as a team.
They went out in October in 2022 and 2023, which is at the end of the Barramundi professional fishing season. Very, very hot conditions, and it would have been very hard work.
It was great to have a crew that was so dedicated in what they were doing, and they were out on the boat with us every single time. They didn't complain about the weather or long hours and on the water. It was fascinating. It was great. Yeah.
Sitting back in Darwood when the boats were out there was just like every day I'm like, have we got one yet? Have we got one yet? And eventually we did.
There we go. We got a sawfish. Nice. And Claire, I think And It Then Did was commenting on how it was funny that when the closed captioning was picking up the word fishers, said in an Australian accent as fishes. And that was kind of funny. I think that's what Andit was commenting on. Yeah. Look at this, beautiful sawfish there.
Field trip was such an excitement to hear that we've got a sawfish. We've got a 2.5 meter sawfish.
Nice.
Tagged.
It's like 8 feet long.
It's the first time we put mini pads or these kind of satellite tags on sawfish. So exciting.
We did get to successfully release 6 tags on 6 adult sawfish.
So with those tags, they'll be able to track them afterward.
All reports from the boat. It was just
see
like
where they
one big
go,
happy family.
movements are like.
Towards the end of the trip, it was great. We weren't as intimidated by them, and they weren't as intimidated by us. So we actually ended up working like a really well-oiled machine.
Very cool. And hang on, Cephalon wolf. I think Gomphotheres and mammoths are 2 different lineages. I don't think one evolved from the other. I think there's a split early on within Proboscidea. I don't think there's an ancestor-descendant relationship there.
It feels great too, after a couple of years and some COVID hiccups, to be able to share with a range of people. Here's what we set out to do. It was
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace.
GM, hello.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become
extinct. Yeah. The GM, thank you so much for the 7 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Happy International Sawfish Day to you. And, well, hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? She's probably going to interrupt our video here in a second.
Success.
This was a really important project because it's the first time that fisher knowledge has been considered.
Professional fishers are eyes on the water. They're a source of data, they're a source of knowledge,
it's a really rich source of nuanced data that scientists often don't have access to.
We've got to embrace research much more. Researchers are looking for projects. We've got lots of problems and challenges. It's a great opportunity to put two brains and two different perspectives together to come up with things that we might not have thought of.
Fisher experience involvement in ecological surveys and tagging enhances the success where us as scientists are targeting rare animals. Personally, for me, it was a really great project to learn how valuable collaboration is.
Because this project was run through the Northern Territory Seafood Council, they enabled this two-way conversation between fishers and the scientists that, after the life of this project, has blossomed into other projects with commercial fishers collaborating with other scientists to collect more information on sawfish and threatened species. Yeah.
The fishing industry should definitely not be scared of scientists.
Generally, we need to be more open with the scientists, fisheries, and anybody that can do the work to make sure that we can keep our fishery going.
This project kind of showed that there really should be a two-way exchange with the fishing industry, not only for them to have a say in how this kind of work happens, but also have a say in the outcomes of this kind of work, and not including fishers in those studies or in those outcomes is very detrimental to both the scientists and the fishing industry.
This project is so important for industry to demonstrate how it can contribute to the conservation of protected species.
This is probably one of the first times in the Northern Territory where such a project like this has taken place, where we have engaged social science and biological science methodologies to come together to look at a particular problem. It's been a great privilege to be involved in the project, and
cool stuff.
That
this is
the
neat.
lessons that we've generated from this project can be shared and incorporated into projects in the future.
Without the scientists collaborating with scientists, we really can't move forward on a lot of the fisheries because we don't know a lot about all of them. So the more information we get from science, the more we'll know about the actual fishery, the stocks, and we'll know that in the future we'll have good fisheries.
Collaboration definitely is the way that we really should be doing this kind of science to have an impact on the ground.
We need to make sure that everyone's contributing to science, and that's what we're aiming for.
Amen. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'll give you a link to this video right here. Good thumbs up as well. And I wonder if they posted that in time with International Sawfish Day here. I bet you they did. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, anywho. Well, hello. You gonna come up and say hello? Of course you are. Sweetie pie. Yeah. Well, shaking, sweetie. How you doing? Happy International Sawfish Day, sweetie pie. You don't even know what a sawfish is, and you know what? That's okay. They don't really live in the same environment as you, so that's fine. But this is a sawfish rostrum back here, sweetie pie. You want to go see that? Yeah, look. Yeah, look at it. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Oh. Yeah. He loves pushing that camera around. Good stuff, sweetie pie. Good stuff. She really likes our lighting today, too, it seems like. Looking all around, just taking it all in. Yeah. The word is fish. Yeah, Oh, sweetie. Let's get the brush out for you. Let's get the brush. Oh, there we go. Yeah. She cleaned up a little bit. ball, huh? Yeah. Capture some of this hair before it just goes sailing through the air and then directly into my drink, huh? Don't drink it on my water. Hope she didn't. You wouldn't like it anyway. It's too cold. There's ice in it. You don't like that. Oh, you're such a princess. You know that? You're a queen, sweetie pie. Here goes Mini Pie, too. Mini Pie's like, I want some of that attention. Let's see if Mini Pie comes up here. Here. Let's get you some treats, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. There you go. Go nuts. Enjoy. Yeah. And heat that attracts her to it? No, there's a fan blowing right here. It's definitely not that. This is going to be one of the cooler parts in the house right now. Ooh, some loud crunches. And Sweetie, Mini Pie's licking her chops. Mini Pie's using the scratcher right here. Yeah. Good girl, Minnie. Oh. It's good that she's using the scratching post and not scratching the furniture. Good for her. They've got so many scratching posts in this house. It's nuts. And yet they still sometimes decide to just scratch the furniture instead. Mini Pie in the green room. There you go, Will62, yeah. And Alex Vixen says, hi, Danny. My city is doing a dino trail exhibition with Lego sculptures. I have images of 2 of them so far if you're interested. That sounds interesting, Alex Vixen. If you can post links to that, maybe in the Discord or something, I'll take a look. If you post a link in the chat, I mean. Prefer not to have to try going to hunt through the Discord. And Marika, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Sweetie Pie appreciates having you here too. Huh, Sweetie Pie. Mini Pie, do you want to come up here? Hey. We could have 2 cats on the desk at the same time. What do you think, Minnie? Hey. You want to come up here? Let's see if she does. And Marika, it is indeed International Sawfish Day. Yes. I hope you're having an excellent International Sawfish Day so far. We're going to get back to our sawfish programming in just a few moments. No, but very cool. We've got a nice theropod footprint right there. Alex Vixen, very nice. Made out of Legos. That's super cool. I like that a lot. Second one. Holy cow, that's gorgeous. Look at that stegosaur. Wow, wow, wow. I am very impressed. Holy cow. That's awesome. That's super, super cool. Wow, and I love the coloration, too. Very neat. Very, very neat. Made entirely out of Legos. That's incredible. Love that. It does make me wonder if there's any... Well, there are Lego sawfish. I had one when I was a kid. Little figure like this. Yeah. Very much a thing. Actually, yeah, it looked like this. It didn't have painted eyes. It had little, like, almost like pinhole eyes. Yeah. Lovely. Good stuff. I wonder if anybody's made a larger sawfish model out of Legos. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool right there. This is presumably the green sawfish, which is a species of sawfish. Very cool. Oh, neat. Very neat. Cool stuff. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, it's probably time to give Mini Pie a turn on the desk. What do you think? Thank you. Hey, Mini Pie. Do you want to come up here? Here, Mini. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, you're used to the scratching pose. Good for you. Good for you. Hey. Hey. Where to find them. Anywho, good stuff. Part of me thinks it would be really cool to take a Lego sawfish like this. If I could dig that up, it's probably in my dad's garage somewhere. If I could take that and photogrammetrize it, I could 3D print a big one. I don't know. Something about that appeals to me, but it would take a lot of filament. And it would really only make sense on International Sawfish Day. But, anyway. That would be awesome, says Claire Burr. I do think people would like that. I've already got a full-size sawfish rostrum from a large-tooth sawfish right here. At least I believe that's the species of sawfish that we've got.
Sawfish.
Let's take a look at a sawfish video from Animal Fact Files here.
Sawfish belong to the family Pristidae.
Oh,
There
yeah.
are 5 species of sawfish, and all of them are endangered or critically endangered.
Yeah.
Sawfish live in tropical and subtropical waters throughout the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. They are rarely found in open water as they prefer more shallow environments. In fact, sawfish will swim
Coastal
into
regions.
brackish water rivers and streams, and there are even some living in Lake Nicaragua.
Really?
Sawfish were once more
Like bull
widespread
sharks,
than they
or,
are now, and sawfish population
sharks.
declines
Very
can
cool.
be attributed to fishing as well as habitat loss. Efforts are being made to help sawfish populations stabilize, and they even have their own day dedicated to them to help raise awareness of their plight.
Yep. International Sawfish Day today.
Mark your calendar for October 17th so you can celebrate
Bingo.
International Sawfish Day this year. Sawfish have been around for more than 50 million years. They sort of look like sharks with really long noses and are sometimes even called carpenter sharks, but they're actually more
Misnomer.
closely related to rays. Notice how their gills are on their underside like a ray, as opposed to the gills found on the sides of sharks. There
That make
are
sense?
sharks called saw sharks that get confused with sawfish.
But they are true sharks. So sawfish and saw sharks are not close relatives. Yeah, here let's take a look at that. Here's our sawfish. And then let's go to saw sharks, which are way over here. Yeah. So saw sharks are a kind of true shark. There's 4 species of them, and they look very different when you kind of know what to look for. Their gills are on the sides rather than underneath, like in a sawfish, and they've got these long filamentous feeler dealies on the sides of their rostrum. Yeah, like this. That makes sense?
But the gills are an easy indicator of their differences.
Yep.
The long snout of a sawfish is called a rostrum, and the
Will62 says convergent evolution. Bingo. Yes. This is a lovely example of convergent evolution where creatures that have similar lifestyles often evolve to look similar to one another even though they're not related. So a good example of this would be like Let me think of an example that would be pertinent here. Yeah. Hang on. Okay, I got it. A thylacine, aka a Tasmanian tiger, is not related at all to a dingo. But both of these animals have a similar lifestyle, or had a similar lifestyle. Thylacines, Tasmanian tigers, are now extinct. But they're very different. They're a pouched mammal. They're a marsupial. They would raise their young in a pouch. These guys evolved from an ancestor that would have looked kind of like an opossum. And they evolved to look almost like a dog or a wolf or something like that because they've got a very similar lifestyle, even though they're not close relatives at all. Does that make sense? That's convergent evolution. So yeah. Or the South American marsupial saber-tooth. There you go, Will62, yeah. Thylacosmilus, excuse me. They might not have been true marsupials. They might be like stem marsupials. But yeah, they evolved from an ancestor that would have looked more like an opossum. But they evolved to basically look like a cat, like a saber-toothed cat. It's wild. So there's Thylacosmilus next to a true saber-toothed cat. And superficially, they might look pretty similar, but there's a lot of very subtle and very unsubtle differences between them, too. So a Thylacosmilus, for instance, has got these big sheaths, or like, it's got a big old, like, Jay Leno chin right there, in the way that Smilodon does not. So, different ancestry, similar lifestyle. They evolve superficially similar morphology, similar like body form like that, you know? So yeah. Good stuff. Convergent evolution. Other examples of this are wings of bats and insects. They both are flying animals, and they've both evolved wings, but they come from extremely different ancestors, and so, you know, beyond the fact that, oh, they both have wings, the wings are very, very different, because they're coming from different ancestors, you know? Here's a lovely example of this, too. Convergent evolution of, ichthyosaurs, dolphins, and sharks. They all look pretty similar to one another. They've all got fins. They propel themselves with their tails. It's got a streamlined, sleek, what we might call fusiform body shape. And yet, since they evolved from different ancestors, they're very, very different structurally. But it's wild that ichthyosaurs evolved from an almost lizard-like ancestor on land. Dolphins and other whales evolved from a kind of a wolf-like ancestor on land. And sharks evolved from earlier fishes. But they're all doing a similar thing in their environment. Similar lifestyle, similar evolutionary pressures, similar, you know, selective pressures on them. And so they evolve a very kind of similar body shape. From vastly different starting points, surprisingly similar end result. That's convergent evolution right there. And it's the same with sawfish and saw sharks. Yeah. But there are big differences when you actually look closely. I'll take a look at this. Oh, Facebook, come on. Open image in new tab. There we go. So, sawfish versus saw shark. Yeah, in sawfish, all of those rostral spines, the teeth, are about the same size. We've got homodonty here. All the teeth are like pretty much the same. In a saw shark, they are legit teeth, and they get replaced over the animal's lifetime. So you get this kind of snaggletooth look on a saw shark. Because these guys are sharks, and these guys are more closely related to stingrays and guitarfish. Does that make sense? Yeah. And how often does this happen? Hey crew, convergent evolution like this? Super, super common. Kind of crazy common. You know? And guitarfish, what is that? I'll show you isolated. The guitarfish, it kind of looks like a sawfish without the rostrum. There we go. Like this. Yeah, so they're related to stingrays. Yeah, I guess some people thought they looked like the body of a guitar, so they call them guitarfish. Yeah, but they're very flat underneath, like this. Here's the ventral side. Like a stingray, the gills are on the underside, the mouth is on the underside, the little, what are those, spiracles on the underside too? So yeah, yeah. And they hang out with rockfish. I mean, they do hang out on the bottom, yeah. Yeah. What species of rockfish, though, Otterdude? There's so many different species of rockfish. Crazy diverse. But yeah, guitarfish are close relatives of the sawfish. Here, check this out.
Suppose when you look at one of these animals from above, they're shaped somewhat like a guitar, though we weren't able to find exactly why they have this common name. These fish also look like a shark and a ray mixed together. However, if we take a closer look, we'll notice that guitarfish have gill slits on their undersides.
Bingo.
This is a giveaway to whether they're sharks or rays. Sharks have the gill slits on their sides, while rays have them on their underside.
Like sawfish,
therefore,
got them on the underside.
Guitarfish are classified as rays.
Yeah.
This episode is focusing on a single fish.
Oh, and Otterdude says I was joking. Oh, I see what you... Guitarfish. Rockfish. Okay. Rockfish are... Yeah. Some of them do hang out on the, you know, benthic environments, but most of them like to hang out around rocks and stuff. Hence the name.
Family of guitarfish, but their classification is unstable, and new information may bring about...
Oh, and Otterdude, do you have a favorite species of rockfish? Because I do. Shoot, maybe I can find this for you. But right before I started on Twitch, this would have been like March and April of 2020, right when COVID started. My kiddos, my students, were all stuck inside during lockdown, you know? People remember this, right? I came up with an activity for them. You know, a big part of my teaching was about natural history, was about nature. And so a big part of trying to make things as normal as possible for the kids during lockdown was to continue a lot of our activities with like animal identification and stuff like that. Things that we used to do in person out in San Francisco's Presidio, out in the outdoors. I wanted to find ways to be able to do that from home during lockdown. And so what I did is I gave them links to these live cams from the Monterey Bay Aquarium. And then I had to try and come up with an identification sheet, like a checklist that was printable at home for the kids. Their parents could print it out for them, and they could try and identify and check off each of the different species. So this had to be super visual, and it had to be engaging for like preschool age kids. And I'll see if I can find you the files for that real quick. Because oh, hang on. Put that over here. This was a couple of computers ago, so I'm going to see if I can find... Shoot, this might be tricky. But it was like a visual checklist that I made. and it was pretty cool, I think. Yeah, the kids really liked it a lot. It was pretty awesome. But during that time, I learned many of the different species of rockfish, and I had a favorite. You'll see some of those in here. Some of those are... I see some surf perch and some... there's some wrasse in there. There's a rockfish. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to find the thing in time. But anyway, yeah. My favorite one was the flag rockfish. I really like their personality, and they're just really pretty to look at. They're super fun to watch. I really like the flag rockfish. They are very, very cool. And so every time I would get to see one of those in here, it's really neat. There's a leopard shark swimming by. Anyway, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has got these live streams. This is live right now. There's a link. Yeah. And a lot of unrelated species are called rockfish too. Yeah. Yeah. I guess what I'm talking about are there's a particular family, and they're very, very speciose off the coast of California, especially around Monterey Bay. Yeah. Anyway, very cool stuff. Anywho, where were we? We were talking about convergent evolution, sawfishes versus saw sharks, etc. And we were talking about guitarfish. Here we go. Guitarfish.
About changes. Rays have them on their...
So these are relatives of sawfish. Like, the closest living relative of sawfish, I think, are well, some of the closest living relatives are guitarfish.
Sharks have gill slits on
You're
their
good at it,
sides,
do it.
while rays have them on their undersides. Therefore, guitarfish are classified as rays. This episode is focusing on a single family of guitarfish, but their classification is unstable, and new information may bring about changes.
Yep. Cool stuff. And hang on a sec. Charlie's Dragon, Sebastes might be the... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Yeah. The flag rockfish is... Where is that critter? Split now. Let's search. Flag rockfish. Sebastes rubrivinctus. Very cool. Look at that handsome devil right there. Anyway, these guys are bony fishes, so they're from totally different side of the family tree from rockfishes, or from sawfishes or saw sharks, for that matter. Yeah, the ray-finned fishes are over here. Ray-finned fishes, whereas sharks and sawfish and skates and rays and chimeras are cartilaginous fishes. Chondrichthyes over here. So from a totally different branch. There's our sawfish right there. And right next to them, we got our guitarfish. That's what we're talking about here.
For example, giant guitarfish were once part of the same family, but they aren't anymore. Currently, there are around 30 guitarfish species in the family we're discussing today. These rays are found in warm, tropical, and temperate oceans. They mostly stick to marine water, though they'll move to brackish water estuaries for breeding and giving birth. There's conflicting information about whether or not guitarfish may spend time in freshwater areas, though they may have some kind of tolerance to freshwater as they do enter those brackish water systems, as previously mentioned. Guitarfish are also called shovel-nose sharks and shovel-nose rays, though you all should know by now which of these common names is more appropriate.
Yeah,
They
rays.
use their noses like a shovel for digging up and holding down food. Guitarfish are mostly bottom dwellers. They spend a large majority of their time laying along the ocean's bottom, or even partially covered in muddy or sandy substrate. At night, guitarfish come out to hunt organisms that dwell on the ocean floor, like mollusks, crustaceans, worms, and small fish. In turn, guitarfish are taken by larger predatory fish, sea lions, osprey, herons, and more.
Herons will eat guitarfish. Wow.
Fishing operations. And even though they're not the intended catch, they're often saved for just their fins. In some places, their populations have been overfished, pushing some species into endangered status. Some guitarfish only reach about 30 inches in length, while others can get to nearly 10 feet long. They have two dorsal or back fins, rough skin like a shark, and a powerful tail they use to swim. Of course, guitarfish are generally seen perusing the bottom and not often swimming in mid-water. These fish tend to stay in shallow water areas, but are known to travel to waters deeper than 330 feet. Guitarfish babies are born live after a gestation period of up to a year, depending on the species. The eggs are retained
They do seem
in
too
the
large for a
female and
heron. I agree,
develop
I ought to do
inside
it,
her
yeah.
until they hatch and are then born. Females have up to 16
Viviparous
pups at a
birth.
time,
Very
again,
cool.
depending on the species.
Video's almost over.
And these babies are on their own from birth. On average, guitarfish live to be over 10 years old. For more facts on guitarfish, check out the links in the
So you can see, especially in this image, how close their body form is to that of a sawfish. You know, you just lengthen that rostrum and put teeth on it, and then that's pretty close to a sawfish right there. You know? Here's a link to this video, if you'd like it. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Let's talk about what that rostrum is actually for on a sawfish. Take a look at this.
The second sawfish of the day, about 6 feet long and with teeth to match.
I guess I would prefer to be down here on the less toothy end, and I'll hold him, and maybe you can try to get him out.
You're not scared, are you, Brady?
Well, I'm not scared, but I'm not stupid either.
Hey, what we'll do is
Look at that.
on and we'll just we'll walk this net right off.
Put those gloves on.
This is incredible. Man, this is a big fish. This is probably 2 meters.
Those teeth on the
This is
rostrum, they can
maybe
really
a
get you.
6-foot sawfish. Can you imagine one of these that's 18 or 20 feet long and maybe weighs over 1,000 pounds? Oh, hey, he's moving, he's moving. Come on, how long does it take to get some gloves? Those are some serious teeth. That's about the size teeth you'd find on about a 6-foot croc.
No wonder Greg's putting on reinforced gloves.
The teeth are really sharp, so it really helps us handle the animals safely. They play possum, you know.
Do they hurt, says Marika? Oh boy.
All of a sudden, they'll just kind of go.
You'll see that in a minute here.
Pay attention.
Crocs do the same thing. They will lull you into a false sense of security. You think, oh, this animal's scared. I'm going to kind of loosen my grip a little bit, and just as soon as you do, bam!
After years of working with crocs, Brady knows their danger zone. A croc can strike in a surprisingly wide arc. Its head can swing over 90
There's a
degrees.
gharial there. Beautiful.
And it often uses this maneuver to ambush prey. Brady doesn't realize it, but he's about to step into the sawfish's danger zone.
Oh boy.
I've been bitten by some big pythons before, and they don't have teeth anything like this.
Look at that.
This thing would just tear you up. Okay, now we're gonna go up and over. 1, 2, 3.
And Grumpy Gary, we watched that clip last year, I remember. Somebody posted it in the chat. He seemed like a cool guy too, the fisherman. And he of course let the sawfish go, which is what you have to do. They are protected. But it was amazing seeing that live on stream. Super, super cool. Anyway, happy International Sawfish Day to you, Grumpy Gary. Hello, hello.
Now we're gonna go up and over. 1, 2, 3.
And Cosmo Quest 10. Hello, hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing, CosmoQuest.
Cosmic Quest X and their 15 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Hello, hello, or Sawfish content today. Good old Sawfish. Happy International Sawfish Day to you, CosmoQuest and Raiders. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. We are celebrating biology and evolution and anatomy, learning about the conservation of these remarkable critters today. Sawfish. Again, I hope your stream was really good. Tell me about it, if you don't mind. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. We do a lot of discussion about dinosaurs on this channel, and we dig up dinosaurs live on stream during the summers, like I was doing in Wyoming and Utah this year, working with other paleontologists, working with volunteers, working with the Utah Geological Survey in Utah this past summer. But today is International Sawfish Day, so we are talking all about these remarkable critters. Sawfish, with their incredible rostrum like this, filled with these tooth-like projections. Not filled with, they stick out of the sides like that. These are incredible creatures, and they're in severe trouble. There's between 5 and 7 species of them around today, and they are all either endangered or critically endangered. So the more that we can do to learn about them and help protect them, the better. You know? Oh yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Veronica Cure, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Getting ready for a hangout. I thought this week. Very nice, Veronica. Very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, it's such a happy face. It does look very smiley there, huh? Yeah. And Veronica Cure, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Thank you, Veronica. There is a chance I might be streaming this weekend, because I'm going to be gone for a week coming up here. From the 28th through the 31st.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Jaded Fairy, thank you for the 10 months of support. Thank you, Jaded Fairy. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 10 months, Jaded Fairy. I appreciate you. I'm going to be attending and presenting research at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, our big global conference for vertebrate paleontologists. It's being held in Minneapolis at the end of the month. And so, since I cannot stream from there, that's against SVP policy. I want to 1,000,000% respect that. I'm going to be taking the week off. So there's a chance I might be streaming Saturday night to help make up for that. But we'll see. I also have 2, I guess kind of 3 different presentations I have to prepare for SVP, and there's still a lot of work to be done, so yeah, anyway. Yeah. Anywho, so we'll be... There's a chance I might stream on Saturday night. When I don't normally stream, you know, it'd be a special stream. But we'll see. We'll see. Paleontology in order, SVP, says Will62. You joke, but, but what's his name? Not David Straighthairn, but the other guy. Here we go.
Hello, I'm Sam Waterston.
Sam Waterston, there.
And I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists as they reveal the evidence for environmental change, adaptation, and extinction. This is a rare opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists. Who they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science and society. That is to say, what their work means for us. And now let's join the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Yeah, SVP.
Hi, my name is Louis Jacobs, and I'm one of 2,300 vertebrate paleontologists from 54 countries that belong to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
It's closer to 3,000 now, but yeah.
Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science. Here are some of the faces of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology today.
I'm Mike Novacek.
Yeah.
Jack Horner, ditch digger.
This is my old boss.
Glorified ditch digger.
Anyway, good stuff. Here's a link. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Anyway, we're talking about sawfish today. Let's see what happens when you don't handle a sawfish properly.
Let go.
Oof.
Get you? He got me.
Yowza.
All right. Just that quick.
Yeah.
Brady's lucky. It's just a scratch.
Didn't take long.
Yeah, you could get a pretty bad wound from those teeth, even for a rather small sawfish like
When
this.
we're gathering data on this guy.
It's evident how the sawfish uses its saw as a deadly weapon.
Yep.
It swings that toothy rostrum sideways like a croc. In this case, it was a defensive swipe. But research suggests it also uses it to kill prey.
Do they use it to slash through schools of fish and maim prey? Is that?
Yeah, I've seen them do that myself, and I've talked to a lot of guides that have seen them chasing, bait fish, so they definitely use it for that.
Many fish species use parts of their bodies to herd or slash prey. A thresher shark uses its sharp tail to stir.
That's not a thresher shark. It was like a blue shark or something.
Slash prey. A thresher shark uses its sharp tail to stir up the water, trapping
that's not a
fish
thresher
in
shark.
giant.
Thresher sharks have got a super long tail. That's not a thresher shark.
A sailfish uses its spear-shaped upper jaw to bullet through schools of fish.
Also called a rostrum.
Recent lab experiments reveal that a sawfish uses its saw in a particular hunting technique.
Yep.
It moves in sudden bursts, swiping its saw to stun and maim prey before returning to swallow it whole.
Wild, right? That's so cool.
Blinding speed, but it uses its rostrum with great accuracy.
Yeah.
It'll even skewer individual fish on its teeth, scrape the fish off, and suck it into its mouth.
Pretty cool.
I got it. You ready?
Yeah.
Now that Greg's tagged the fish, it's good to go.
Let's go. And back in the water. Whoa!
It slices, it dices. Sawfish 3000s, as Will said. Yeah.
2, 3. Oh, yeah! Man, I'm into that. I got sawfish fever. That was just great. And that rostrum. Man, that has got to be one of the most bizarre appendages in the animal kingdom.
Yeah. Super, super cool. What an incredible animal, you know? That's why we're celebrating International Sawfish Day today. For those of you who came in through the raids, here's a link from Sawfish Conservation Society. There we go. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Let's talk a little bit about their biology again. Let's get back to this video. There we go.
Sawfish belong to the family Pristidae. There are 5 species of sawfish, and all of them are endangered or critically endangered. Sawfish live in tropical and subtropical waters throughout the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. They are rarely found in open water as they prefer more shallow environments. In fact, sawfish will swim into brackish water rivers and streams, and there are even some
of them even live mostly in freshwater.
Sawfish were once more widespread than they are now, and sawfish population declines can be attributed to fishing as well as habitat loss.
So yeah, the yellow is where they exist now, the pink is where they used to be. So that's crazy that they used to be all along the west coast of Africa like that. Not all along the west coast, but big portion of Western Africa, and now they're just gone from there? That's crazy.
Efforts are being made to help sawfish populations stabilize, and they even have their own day dedicated to them to help raise awareness of their plight.
Today.
Mark your calendar
Yes.
for October 17th so you can celebrate International Sawfish Day this year.
Oh yeah.
Sawfish have been around for more than 50 million years. They sort of look like sharks with really long noses and are sometimes even called carpenter sharks.
But they're not sharks.
Actually more closely related to rays. Notice how their gills are on their underside like a ray, as opposed to the gills found on the sides of sharks. There are sharks.
And Almorn says, good evening, I've never heard of sawfish before today. Well, now you have. Hopefully, during this stream, you'll have not only just heard of sawfish, but you'll kind of fall in love with these critters a little bit. They are incredibly cool animals. They're so neat. They really are.
And the teeth-like pieces sticking out aren't teeth at all, but are instead modified scales.
So these are scales instead of
Born
teeth.
with
Okay.
a predetermined amount of these pokey scales, usually between 20 and 30, depending on the species.
With particularly old individuals, like they'll have a bunch of these that are missing or broken like this. It's pretty cool that like just seeing the rostrum of a sawfish gives you some sense of like how old the critter is and what kind of a life it's led, you know?
Back if lost. A sawfish's actual teeth are located in their mouth, also found on the underside of their body. They use their strong teeth to crush food such as crustaceans and fish, which they find using electroreceptors called ampullae of Lorenzi, found along their rostrum. They've also been observed using their long snout to whack schools of fish. Sawfish are so adept at using their rostrum that they're able to split fish in half. Yikes. Really though, sawfish are considered not harmful to humans, though I know if I came across one while snorkeling, I'd probably have a heart attack. Not because of their somewhat freaky appearance though, but because they can get huge. Sawfish can grow to be more than 20 feet long.
Enormous.
That's a little longer than the height of your average giraffe.
Yeah, there are photographs of enormous sawfishes being caught by people. Yeah, just gigantic. And it's a shame every time you see this, like a sawfish having been caught, because that animal must be incredibly old and just led this long and storied life, and then they just get snuffed out by people, you know? But man, do they get huge. It is impressive.
I'm used to a 10-pound house cat, not a 700-pound fish. Though, to be fair, I would be in awe to see one in the wild. Generally speaking, sawfish don't have predators, though when they're young, they're more likely to fall victim to sharks and crocodiles. Sawfish are born in nursing grounds that are made up of shallow coastline covered in mangroves. Mother sawfish give birth to live young after an approximate 5-month gestation period, and only have about 8 babies at a time.
Crimson Carnotaurus says, with sawfish, no scratch you. Yes, absolutely.
Typically, vertebrates require fertilization for reproduction, but there have been reports of sawfish reproducing without fertilization.
Virgin
If
birth
this
in
is the
sawfish.
case, they would be some of the only wild vertebrates documented to
Parthenogenesis.
reproduce via parthenogenesis, which is pretty cool in my book. It's thought to take nearly 10 years for sawfish to reach sexual maturity, and it's possible they only mate every other year. These long reproduction intervals do not make raising sawfish populations an easy task. They likely can live 25 or more years as long as they're able to steer clear of any fishing nets. Sawfish are gray to brown in color, with some looking slightly olive green. In some cultures, they're considered to be symbols of strength and protectors of mankind. Now it's up to us to help protect them. For more facts on sawfish, check out the links in the description. Tell us some ways that you live a more ecologically friendly lifestyle in the comments. Give a
Pretty
thumbs
cool
up
stuff.
if you enjoyed this episode.
I'll give you a link to this video. Animal Fact Files always does good stuff. Excellent. Such cool critters, you know? There's a video from Georgia Aquarium about sawfish. Oh, here's one actually first from Australia. Oh, this is cool.
Today's life-size 7 meters long. If they survive till fully grown, that's the size they'll get, 7 meters. And they've lived since the time of the dinosaurs, these animals. They're an ancient creature, and they can still thrive in the modern world, but we have to protect the habitats. We have to protect their critical habitats like the Fitzroy River. We have to make sure the natural flows and the clean water that allows these animals to live are maintained in those last places where it still thrives.
Swordfishes are very important to us. When the water level is low, when it's feeding, it uses its rostrum, the saw, to stir the water up and actually oxidize the water for the other fishes so they can survive.
Well, I would like to tell the government to protect the river because it's very important to us. And, you know, it's been there for thousands and thousands of years, and you know, we
over 100 million.
I'm happy to accept this petition. As a state government, we are committed to protecting all the environmental values of the Fitzroy River, including the well-being of the sawfish.
A dirter.
I love that sawfish get people excited about conservation, you know? Because in preserving this critter, you're also preserving the entire environment. So there it is. It's an emblem for protecting this particular river there and all of the species within it. That's so cool. Let's take a look at this video right here, too.
Looks like a shark with a hedge trimmer for a nose. You can't confuse it for very much out there in the ocean. Let me put it to you that.
In fact, actually, let's save this video. So if we get a big raid, we can just jump into this, because I remember this one being a particularly good kind of like primer on sawfish. This is what a sawfish is. And let's take a look at a longer video here that I think you'll really like. Take a look at this one. And Rainbow, happy International Sawfish Day to you too. Hello, hello.
In the murky waters of South Florida lives a strange-looking fish.
Yeah.
If you took a shark and a stingray, you kind of melded the two of them together and put a saw on their head, that's a sawfish.
They swim like a shark, but they have a hedge trimmer for a nose.
This saw-like appendage is called a rostrum.
Yep.
You look at this really strange rostrum with these teeth on the side, and it's just otherworldly. You think,
so cool.
Wow, that must be an ancient fish. That's just so weird. Oh, big sawfish, big sawfish.
This is the small-toothed sawfish.
Okay, oh, don't wrap. Sawfish are just really cool group of fishes, really strange fishes. They're a small group of batoids, so they're related to stingrays and skates. The sawfish are really big animals too, 20 feet or so in length. They're incredible creatures.
They're probably on the same level of an ecosystem as a shark. They do feed on some of the same prey items, so they're a top-level predator.
But overfishing and habitat loss has led to the animal's drastic decline.
The small-toothed sawfish was the first native marine fish listed on the U.S. Endangered Species List.
Wow, I didn't know that.
The only place they're left in the United States is Southwest Florida.
They're just...
Florida is such a cool place. A lot of people get down on the state of Florida and politics and stuff like that. You can understand it, but just geographically, ecologically, in terms of the cool species that you have there that you have nowhere else in the U.S., Florida is such an incredible place. You know? It's the only place in the U.S. where you get two native species of crocodilian, the American alligator and the American crocodile. You get, I think, our only native remaining afrothere, Florida manatee. You get the only remaining cycad in North America, the Kunti cycad. Florida's just such a cool place. It really, really is.
It's so cool. I mean, how sad would it be to lose something that is just that cool?
Scientists are studying the animals to help them survive into the future.
Here, little one.
This is an animal we really knew very, very little about, and we're starting from square one.
Can sawfish populations recover? Can these prehistoric-looking animals survive in a highly developed environment?
Our intro for this series here. Just of Mystic Blue, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy International Sawfish Day to you.
Major funding for this program was provided by the Batchelor Foundation, Water Resources Club, inspiring the pursuit of...
Oh boy.
Historically, sawfishes were a common tropical species worldwide.
There are 5 species globally. Around the turn of the century, 1920s, 1930s, almost all the species of sawfish globally began to decline.
Yep.
Today, all the species of sawfish are listed as either endangered or critically endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature.
We're in danger of losing an entire family of large, tropical, shallow water predators that are one of the major components of the tropical ecosystems where they live.
Here we go.
Sawfish are different from saw sharks.
Yep.
People confuse them sometimes. The saw sharks, there's 9 known species, and they're smaller than the sawfish, and they tend to be relatively deep water animals.
The small-toothed sawfish is the only current species of sawfish in the United States.
Jeez.
There are a handful of records from large-toothed sawfish, which is primarily a Central American species.
Small-toothed sawfish once ranged from as far north as New York to
Yep.
the Texas-Mexico border.
It's like I was telling you earlier.
The center of the distribution of small-toothed sawfish has always been Florida in the United States. A lot of those far-reaching records were probably stray animals.
By the 1980s, the population had contracted to South Florida only.
Fishing played a large role in their population reductions. Because of their long-toothed rostrum, they're very susceptible to any type of fishing gear, in particular nets. Gill nets, trawls.
Historically, gillnet mortality was probably very high before the gillnet ban in Florida. In a shrimp trawl, if they get caught in that, and it's a trawl net that's been dragged for hours and hours, they're probably not going to survive. So that's probably the largest single source of direct mortality on.
Trawling like that can just completely kill, just wipe out entire ecosystems. It's just a swath of destruction. Just, I don't know. I remember seeing videos of this as a kid, and that's why, even before I went vegetarian in college, I didn't eat seafood as a kid. Just
on them in Florida.
They're such a weird looking fish that, a lot of times people would keep them and take pictures and show their friends.
Habitat loss also played a role in the decline of the population. Juvenile sawfish are very dependent on mangroves.
Yep.
We've destroyed a lot of our mangrove coastline, so a lot of the habitat that was available for them 30, 40 years ago is not there anymore.
Once people realized the animals were in trouble, protections were put in place to save the sawfish.
Sawfish have been protected in Florida water since 1992.
Then,
Mizavet says, why don't they like the Pacific Ocean? They don't like the North Pacific because it's too cold. You get those currents bringing cold water down from the Arctic. They prefer warmer water. You do, I think, get them in the parts of the South Pacific. I know you get them in the Indian Ocean. But yeah, it's too cold.
In 2003, the small-toothed sawfish was also listed on the federal endangered species list.
There's a recovery plan that is in place, and so we're trying to conduct research that will allow us to track recovery of the population.
Prior to them being listed on the endangered species list, we really, as scientists, knew very little about the species, so we initially contacted anyone who would have information, whether it be a recreational fisherman, or we talked to people at bait shops, we talked to commercial fishermen, and we just started to keep track of those encounters, and once we started plotting those on the map, it led us to some of these areas where we want to do some scientific research.
To push me off there, Joe.
And Anine says, are these the oldest species that still exist in all the ocean? No, certainly not. No. Well, oldest species is... I don't know. I'm getting into the weeds about that. But they're certainly not the oldest creatures in the ocean. They first evolved in like the Mesozoic. If we're talking about like groups of organisms in the ocean that are much older, you could look at things like jellyfish or some of the oldest like multicellular organisms that you'll find. Things like that. Jellyfish, sea jellies go back to like the Cambrian period, like 500 million years ago. So much older than coelacanths or sturgeon or horseshoe crabs, it's not even funny. They're just so much older than all those critters. I want to say that sea jellies go back to like 1 billion years ago, actually. Back to like well into the Proterozoic. Oh yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? Coelacanths go back to the Devonian, I think like 400 million years ago. Little 6'2", or a little bit older than that. Horseshoe crabs are, I think, about the same, although it depends how you look at them. Modern horseshoe crabs, I think, evolved in the Cenozoic. Yeah. And Greenland sharks, I think, are about 30 million years old, something like that, Bush Doctor. So they're the youngest of all the critters we've mentioned so far. As a group, I'm pretty sure Greenland sharks are from like the Oligocene or something. Anyhow.
This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Andrew Holding.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils.
Thank you for the raid.
Above
Welcome.
Level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Andrew Holding, thank you so much for the raid. How did your stream go?
9 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Well, let's talk sawfish today. Normally, I'm talking about dinosaurs because I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are my specialty, my research subject. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. But today is International Sawfish Day, so we're talking about the critter to whom this lovely rostrum belongs, the sawfish. So yeah. Good stuff. Let's get back to our video here. Talking about saving sawfish because on International Sawfish Day, which is on October 17th every year, we talk about these amazing critters, why they're important, why they're threatened. There's about 5 living species of sawfish, and every single one of them is either endangered or critically endangered. That's because of us. They used to be much more common. They used to thrive. They used to extend from Texas all the way up to New York City, along the eastern seaboard of the United States. Now, in the U.S., they're restricted to South Florida. That's where this documentary is set. So these people work to understand and help protect these critters. So let's continue.
Dean Grubbs and his team from
I
the
hope you had a great stream, Andrew
University Coastal and Marine
some
Laboratory
Baldur's Gate 3.
study adult sawfish in the Florida Keys.
The questions we're asking are, where are the primary areas and times of year
Talk some science,
where sawfish
some jellyfish,
with different fishing
bacterial
interests,
vaccines,
whether
Baldur's
it
Gate
be
3, very nice, Andrew.
recreational
Very
charter
nice.
fishermen,
Thanks for bringing your viewers here. I
commercial
appreciate it.
longline fishermen, or commercial trawl fishermen. Obviously, recreational guys catching them and releasing them are far less of a concern than, you know, shrimp trawls, where a lot of them die. There's a quota on the number of sawfish that are allowed to be caught within the commercial fishery before it has to be shut down. And so if we could highlight areas where there's the highest likelihood that a shrimp trawl might encounter a sawfish, and then just say, okay, don't fish those areas during these months, then that's going to benefit everybody, because that'll mean that the shrimp fishery can keep fishing as long as they, you know, they're fishing sustainably, and the sawfish will be allowed to recover. We were searching in two primary.
That seems like a. If the shrimp fishermen. Oh, hang on. Holy cow! Générateur Frajdi. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Holy cow, Générateur Frajdi. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing once again. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Let me come up with a message in Polish for you real quick. There we go. Let me turn the volume up.
Bienvenidos a Paleontologizar. Welcome
no,
to
hang on a second.
Paleontologizing. Reader.
No. Polish, please.
Witamy w paleontologii, najeźdźcy. Nazywam się Dany i jestem paleontologiem. Dziś rozmawiamy o piłach z okazji Międzynarodowego Dnia SAWFISH.
Yeah, sawfish are these remarkable animals that we're celebrating today for International Sawfish Day. Normally I talk about dinosaurs, but thank you, Mighty Rooster, for the follow. I appreciate it.
Daggers for teeth, terror of his neighborhood.
I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
There we go.
Porozmawiajmy o tych niezwykłych zwierzętach, piłach i jak je chronić.
Yeah. Welcome everybody. Générateur Frajdi, I hope you had a wonderful stream. It is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I'm afraid I don't speak or understand Polish, but I'm doing my best here. Welcome everybody. Thank you, Annoying Cat, Mighty Rooster, Oren090, Cupsidianic, and Shelino1 for the follows. Welcome. How do I say welcome?
Powitanie.
Powitania, Raiders.
Witamy, najeźdźcy.
Witamy, najeźdźcy.
Witamy, najeźdźcy.
Witamy, najeźdźcy. I appreciate you, everybody. Générateur Frajdi, thank you for bringing everybody. Let's see if I can play this video with Polish subtitles. Let's see. I might have to refresh it before it'll respond. There we go.
I'm interested in your island. It's got nothing
There we
to do
go.
with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
And thank you, Arthroplura Glamour. Well. Arthropleura has been in the news this week. With that new finding, that new fossil of an Arthropleura head. We finally understand that these critters are not quite millipedes, they're not quite centipedes, they're kind of in between. They are super cool and interesting. Anyway, Arthropleura, you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let's play this video with some Polish subtitles, shall we? And I'll introduce you to this incredible creature, the sawfish.
Looks like a shark with a hedge trimmer for a nose. You can't confuse it for very much out there in the ocean, let me put it to you that way. My name's Greg Polakis. I spend most of my time working on the small tooth sawfish, an endangered species that we have here in
He might be in the same video that we were watching before.
Greg and his team are on a tagging mission. They've worked with babies before, but today they want to go big.
Goal for the day is going to be to catch 5, 6, 7, 8 foot, meter and a half to 3 meter sawfish, and put a variety tags on them so we can see where they go. Our hypothesis is that they hang around in the estuary for a small amount of time, maybe move.
Oh, and thank you, Domianice, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Start to move south toward the Florida Keys, and then once they're mature, they would come back here in an every other year pattern to give birth in our nurseries. No one ever studied these animals, so the first couple of years we spent a lot of time learning about the smallest juveniles. But when they get to be a little bit bigger, they change habitats, they start to move toward open water, and we want to learn more about that part of the life history. Anytime we catch a sawfish is a successful day. These things are endangered, so anytime we can catch one, any more than that is bonus.
What an incredible animal.
Sawfish are, one of the coolest animals on the planet. They're really,
They're incredibly cool. Like you, Herbanich. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello.
Sawfish are, one of the coolest animals on the planet. They're really an example of successful evolution to me. You don't have a long snout like that has teeth on it by accident. Sawfish are one of the top predators in our system. They use the saw to feed. They swing back and forth really fast in schools of fish, and then they come back and eat whatever was injured. They can also use it to defend themselves. They're raised, so they hang out on the bottom for a lot, and they don't move too much. They're able to pump water over their gills, so they stay still for long periods of time. The reason they're endangered is the main reason is because of bycatch, fisheries bycatch. Because they have this, this saw, this rostrum with the teeth on it. If they even think about getting near a net of any kind, they get caught really, really easy.
Yeah.
Greg wants to know where the sawfish go so that those habitats can be protected. And so people fishing in those areas can be taught what to do if they encounter a sawfish.
We caught a couple recently here, and we're hoping to have some luck today.
Greg's not the only one.
The state of Florida has an app that's good for reporting any wildlife, and sawfish are one of them. We did get a handful of reports from around this area.
We're at 5, 6.
We'll use a depth finder. So we're kind of targeting this deeper hole here at the entrance to Tarpon Bay. So we're looking at, between 4 and 7 meters of water is where we want to drop these baits. These are chunks of ladyfish, and we've had good luck with this bait in the past, but we're putting that bait right on the bottom and in some of these areas where we've seen sawfish before, so fingers crossed.
While they wait, Greg records the conditions to learn more about the waters.
They're putting that bait on the bottom because these animals have their mouth, on their ventral side, on the underside of their body. In fact, let me go grab, I've got a 3D printed model of a sawfish. Let me grab that for you.
Thriving.
This is a YSI. We're going to take water quality here, just temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen. The abiotic information that we collect can help us determine why the sawfish are here.
Suddenly, some excitement.
Looks like Janelle's got something on, so yeah, Janelle. Get it. Show 'em who's boss.
Unfortunately, the sawfish wins this round.
We were fighting it a little bit. It was definitely hooked up, and it looked like it was kind of using the current. We're just trying to bring it to the boat, and it broke off. So we'll get some more baits down and hopefully hook it up again.
But after waiting and relocating,
The sun is setting. No luck today, unfortunately, but we'll get him next time.
a few days later, undeterred, the team heads back out on the water to give it another shot.
There we go.
Anytime we can catch a sawfish, it's a great day on the water.
So this is what I was telling you about. This is a sawfish model that I 3D printed last year, and their mouth is right here on the underside, like with a stingray or a skate or a guitar fish. They've got that mouth on the underside, so they typically kind of feed on the bottom of the water column. Sieple Duran, thank you, Sieple Duran, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So it is a pretty little print, isn't it? Yeah, I should put that like right here. Let's see if I can.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Shallow Heart, thank you for the follow. Hello. It's good to have you here. So goofy, I love it, says Nemucho. They are such cool animals. They really are. They're so neat.
We land the fish. We like to bring them to shallow beach areas, and we'll keep them in the water.
Even though sawfish are docile, Greg still has to be careful of those chompers.
But once we get it to shallow water, and usually we use welding gloves and we hold those teeth, and the sawfish is secure so that it's safe and we're safe. We wear the welding gloves because they have those teeth. Obviously, we need to be really careful, but those fish are pretty strong side to side, so they can swing that thing and be just fine. We spend a lot of time, we use a variety of tags. We've kind of been thinking as a recovery team that it would be decades before they would be to the point we could take them off the list, but you know, they're showing some signs of recovery, and we're optimistic that maybe in our lifetimes they would be at least downgraded maybe to threatened or something like that. That would be great.
Such cool animals. They're so incredibly cool. So yeah, happy International Sawfish Day. If you'd like more information about International Sawfish Day, here's the Sawfish Conservation Society website here. There's a link in the chat for you. But yeah, a Gamer's Tavern Show says, sorry I'm super late and missed it. What does the thing on their face do? Is it a sensory or defensive or foraging for food or what? It's kind of all of the above. The multi-purpose kind of tool there. It is pretty neat. Let's see here. I think I can show you a video that describes this. Check this out. So they'll actually use it to stun and maim their prey so that they can just kind of slurp it up with their mouth that's on the ventral side of their head there. Pretty neat. Yeah. And the spikes aren't teeth, sheepdog, but they're modified scales. These really, really pointy, like, almost calcified scales there. I don't know if calcified is the right term, but, yeah. It's so cool. So cool. Dermal denticles. There you go, Ike Hibiscus, yeah. Like with the skin of sharks has got these, like, almost tooth-like things. This is something similar. So I guess you could call it teeth if you want to. But, yeah. Here, let's see if I can find you a... Here, take a look at this. Oh, so that looks like a bull shark right there. Anyway, sawfish are not sharks. They're more closely related to rays, like stingrays and guitarfish. But they're still chondrichthyans, so they're still cartilaginous fishes. Chondrichthyes. So there's elasmobranchs. And was that a tiger shark? You're right, it is a tiger shark, Alexander Morrison. Cartilaginous fishes. which is all the fishes that have cartilaginous skeletons like this. Or I don't know if it's all of them, but that's the group right there. Sawfish are part of this. So they are right down there. Yeah. Very cool. Anyway, so this is a tiger shark, isn't it?
Believe it or not, this is shark skin. And it's a little different from your typical fishy scales. It's made up of thousands of dermal denticles, the tooth-like structures you can see here. And they're tough. So tough that shark skin by itself can badly injure animals. The trick to shark skin is not just those denticles, it's how they're structured. All those denticles point backward, making them smooth one way but incredibly rough the other. Sort of like tiles on a roof. That specific shape.
Hang on a sec. Volcano Doc says, hey, Danny and chat, I wanted to drop in and say hi. But also today was my intro class. We covered fossilization and prehistoric life, and I definitely blew some minds when I told them that birds are dinosaurs. Oh, yeah. That's awesome, Volcano Doc. Congratulations on your new professorship, by the way. That is incredibly exciting. That is the dream right there. You 1,000,000% deserve it. I'm so glad that people are going to get a chance to learn about Earth systems, about the history of Earth, about important things about our planet from you. That is so cool, Volcano Doc. Congratulations. Yeah. And happy International Sawfish Day to you. We're talking all about these incredible critters.
This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
And we're getting some raids. This is wonderful.
This level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks,
likewise,
there are no
thank you.
Fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Shinken Godsa, thank you so much for the raid.
The 9 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. How did your stream go? What did you get up to? Let's see. Let's get a shout out for Shinken Godsa there. Yeah. Happy International Sawfish Day to you, Shinken Godsa and Raiders. You were doing something called Dave the Diver, were you? I heard that there are sawfish in that game. I think somebody mentioned that in the chat earlier. Here. Dave the Diver. Okay. Sawfish. Yeah. Although that looks more like a saw shark with the filaments coming off of its rostrum. Yeah. Yeah, saw shark. That's a saw shark, not a sawfish. But, anyway, interesting stuff. But yeah. To your southeast, there's a sawfish and a shark. Oh yeah, you're talking about this one, Hibiscus? I think that's supposed to be some sort of like lamniform shark, like maybe a white shark, and then a sawfish. It's an old like crude illustration. I bet you I can. Oh, the one higher up. Oh, that one. Let me see if I can find that. So I can show it to you larger. Oh, you know what? I saved it here. Should be able to just pull it up to my archive. There we go. Right there. Yeah. It looks like it's supposed to maybe be a tiger shark. Yeah. Isn't that a cool image? Anyway. Garakabulka says there's a Chronosaurus in Dave the Diver. Apparently there's also a Helicoprion, which is the buzzsaw shark. They didn't actually have the teeth on the underside of it. Anyway. Harmful, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty neat. Anyway, There's a buzzsaw shark, says Rainbow. I mean, it's extinct, and it's also not a shark. It's probably related to chimeras, aka ratfish, aka yeah, chimeras. Should we talk about that critter real quick? Because we definitely can. It was a big mystery for a long time. I actually have a 3D print of a helicoprion tooth whorl here in my office, but I haven't painted it yet. So for ages, people have found these really bizarre fossils. Like, what in the world is this? Those seem to be teeth on there, but what is this? You know? They didn't have fossils of the rest of the animal. And so there have been so many different attempts to try and figure out, try and guess what the rest of the animal would look like. Some depictions have that tooth whorl snapping like a snap bracelet almost. Or maybe it kind of protruded from the animal's lower jaw. Maybe it's like it comes up from the nose. Maybe it was like a pizza cutter like this. You know, so many different wild ideas about this. It's been a mystery for a while. And then, pretty recently, we think we've figured it out. So this is a critter that lived before the dinosaurs back in the Permian period. And, it's incredibly weird and cool. Here, take a look.
From the smallest gastropods to whole galaxies, the spiral is a shape that we see again and again in our natural world. One place you wouldn't expect to find it, however, is in the toothy mouth of a giant extinct shark-like fish that lived over 250 million years ago.
Before the dinosaurs.
This is Helicoprion.
Yeah. And yeah, Rachel's art is brilliant, Volcano Doc. Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Talia Lowy Mary, and you're watching Paleologic. Today, we're talking about the extinct shark-like fish, the Helicoprion.
Such a cool critter.
Helicoprion was a huge cartilaginous fish. It was about
related
twice
to
the size of a great
sawfish,
white shark, though it was much narrower by comparison and had
sharks.
fewer fins. Helicoprion would have swum around sometime in the Permian period, from around 300 to 250 million years ago. Helicoprion fossils have been found in Asia, Europe, the Americas, and Australia, indicating that these creatures were swimming all over the globe.
So we call this cosmopolitan distribution. When they're found all over the world, cosmopolitan distribution.
Although it resembled sharks and was a predator, Helicoprion wasn't actually closely related to sharks at all. The starkest difference from sharks is, of course, the circular saw of razor-sharp teeth on its face. These spirals of teeth, called tooth whorls, are almost all that remain of these creatures, with about...
Yep. And there's a tooth whorl right there. Rainbow's got a really good question. That's like a fundamental question here, and I'm glad that we've got an opportunity to answer it. Well, there's so many people in chat right now. What distinguishes a shark from other fish? My understanding is that they're a subtype, but I don't actually know what distinguishes them now that I think of it. This is wonderful because it gives me an opportunity to talk about phylogeny, like the way that we as scientists actually classify living things. We'll get back to Helicoprion in a minute, but this is like a fundamental thing. This is, if you don't understand this concept, you don't understand biology in general. And I don't mean that to scold anybody. It's really distressing that this sort of thing just isn't taught in school, mostly, in the US. Like, most people can go through school, get really good grades, graduate with honors or whatever, and they might never learn this concept. Frankly, because of, like, the influence of creationists trying to keep these concepts out of school. You go to college and you take a biology class, and it's like one of the first things they'll teach you. because it's the most fundamental concept in all of biology. But the idea is phylogeny, the interrelatedness of living things. As far as we know, all life on Earth originated from a single point, a single organism, close to 4 billion years ago. See this on our tree of life here. All life on Earth is related, shares DNA to varying extents, and the extents to which that DNA is shared shows how closely related they are. Also, their morphology and their anatomy, everything about them kind of shows how close they are to each other, or how far they are from each other. When we're talking about sharks, right here, Selachii, they're a group of cartilaginous fishes. So here's sharks right here, Selachii. The reason that these are all related to each other is not just because they look similar. It's not just because they've got similar vibes or whatever. This is not an arbitrary thing, why scientists group these animals together. They're grouped together because they evolved from a common ancestor. They actually are related to each other. In the same way that you're related to your parents, your grandparents, your cousins, everything else. And thank you, Oliver Sutton, for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Leading this expedition.
Good stuff. Yeah. And Sheepdog says, does this include that all kingdoms of life are related? They are, absolutely.
Just gifted 5 subs.
All of a sudden, thank you for those 5 gift subs. There's 5 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads now for the next month. Thank you for that. Good stuff. And Dr. Morbius says, Archaea, I believe, are different? They're not. They all descend from the same common ancestor. All life on Earth, we can trace back to a single common ancestor. So bacteria and archaea, while they might seem to be some of the most primitive life forms, that just means that they're superficially similar to that original organism. So the common ancestor of all life would have been pretty similar to archaea and bacteria. Yeah. So, here, we might even have archaea on this tree. Maybe not. No, there's just genus names. But anyway. So you are related to a bacterium. You're related to quinoa, ladybugs, songbirds, octopus, kelp. Yeah. The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on what they evolved from. What they're actually related to. So to go back to sharks, and to sawfish too, like we're talking about today. These are critters that evolved from a common ancestor. So sharks and sawfish, in order to get to their common ancestor, you got to go back to about 300 million years ago, when these branches split from one another. You know? Does that make sense? You go back further than that, and you get to the common ancestor of, yeah, chimeras over here too. So, Helicoprion, this critter, is not quite a shark, but it seems to be related to chimeras. It's got fewer fins, like chimeras do. So in order to get to the common ancestor of Helicoprion and sharks, you got to go back to 420 million years ago. Both of their lineages diverged from this common point back then. Does that make sense? Yeah. Gamers Tavern Show says, I know it's not true, but I still believe, not really, that fungus are not related to us because they're just so alien. They do seem weird, but fungi, are more closely related to you and me than they are to plants. Fungi are closer to animals than they are to plants. So we can go out and look at that here. Fungi are going to be way out here on the tree. Yeah. Mushrooms, sac fungi, lichens, yeast, molds, rusts, etc. Fungi. 261,000 species. There's surely many, many more than that, actually. Those are the number that have been named, the number that are on this tree. they're pretty close to animals. They are closer to animals than they are to plants. You know? Pretty neat how that works. Plants are going to be... Oh, there's archaea and eukaryotes. There we go. So, archaeal group right there. This is going to get into some microbiological stuff that I do not know anything about, because I'm not a microbiologist. I'm a paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs, which are vertebrate animals. But anyway, bacteria and archaea, there's a lot of weird stuff going on with them, but we know that they are related to all other life on Earth. You know? So yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Little Pig Pony, oh, we just talked about this the other day. How do we know that life didn't evolve twice and that they aren't two or more common ancestors? Because if that were the case, you would have different, like... As I understand it, you'd have different architectures for those different critters. But everything has DNA.
That we're here today because, by the luck of the draw,
Ariana Celestine
had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times, got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate that, Ariana. Thank you, thank you. The reason why we think that all life on Earth stemmed from a single common ancestor is because everything shares DNA. You look under the hood, and then you've got those same basic components in there. If life emerged from two different points, you would expect to see two different, like, ways of being a living thing. You'd look under the hood, and there'd be one kind and there'd be another kind, but that's not what we see. Does that make sense? There's a number of other reasons why we think that all life on Earth shared a single common ancestor, but I think that's really the primary one. I don't want to get too into the weeds on that. So yeah. So since all living things have DNA, we think that that's basically like the origin of life, had that first deoxyribonucleic acid, and everything else evolved from that. And that first organism would have been, you know, something that would have looked, you know, not too different from this, like a bacterium or something, you know? Yeah. One of the simplest living things. Libracon says RNA. I don't think any living things solely have RNA. Viruses only have RNA. But most scientists wouldn't call viruses living things. And I don't want to get into a big discussion about that because I don't want to get too sidetracked here. But yeah. Yeah. Musa says, wouldn't that science thing half disprove aliens? I mean, we don't have any evidence of aliens so far. Maybe life has emerged elsewhere in the universe. Maybe it doesn't have DNA. But all living things on Earth have DNA. You know? Yeah. But yeah, there you go, Gay Hibiscus, yes. Yes. Yeah. And there you go, Rainbow, yes. Anyway. And Anodyne Quinine says, have you had your viewers suggest a science streamer category for the next Streamer Awards? It'd be nice to see science streamers get a bit of recognition. That would be really cool, actually. Yeah. Actually, that would be really neat. Oh, and Sweetie Pie, have you come back? Hello. Hey, do you want to hop up here? Let me take a look at that. Log in with Twitch. Yeah. Select 15 categories. Yeah, do they really have... Oh, select an award category. Hang on, that's a different thing. There we go. Yeah. Cool. Anyway, yeah. Musa says, what if we found alien DNA? Would that mess with it? Yeah, that would be remarkable, you know? But we haven't found it yet. That would shake things up, potentially, yeah. That'd be a huge discovery. People are looking, but nobody's found anything yet. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. Let's get your face in this shot, huh? Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. And Salamander says it would be remarkable because if we found aliens that had DNA, that would it wouldn't just mean that there were aliens, it would mean that they would have shared a common ancestor with us, yeah. That would basically prove panspermia.
When dinosaurs ruled the earth.
Renee, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. That would show that the first life on Earth probably originated elsewhere in the universe and then came here. That would be tremendous, you know? That would be a big deal. But we don't have any evidence of that yet, you know? People are looking for that kind of evidence. It's a big part of like astrobiology. But so far, zero data there. Not a single point of evidence. And No Undies McGee says, I like to think that we came on the asteroid that destroyed the dinosaurs. I know you're joking there, No Undies McGee, but our ancestors, the ancestors of people, you know, mammals, evolved around the same time that the first dinosaurs did. We know what our ancestors looked like during the time of the dinosaurs. And they basically looked like, you know, something like this. You know, tiny, squeaky little mammal-y guys. Now, this one's actually like a marsupial ancestor, but there's one fleeing from a dromaeosaur. For the entire age of the dinosaurs, our ancestors were already there. Tiny little squeaky mammals. Living in the shadow of the dinosaurs, basically. There were some larger mammals during the time of the dinosaurs. But when I say larger, I mean like maybe the size of a large loaf of bread. Or like a badger or something like that. Yeah, sweetie pie, my goodness. You are really hogging our space here, aren't you? Yeah. The vast majority of mammals during the age of dinosaurs were significantly smaller than sweetie pie. They were about mouse-sized. The very, very largest ones would be maybe a little bit bigger than sweetie pie. Yeah. Does that make sense? Badger-flavored sourdough. There you go, Volcano Talk, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and Rainbow says, would the presence of such large and dominant predators in the dinosaur world have kept mammals from getting bigger? It did. Yeah. Was there another explanation for their size? It seems like dinosaurs just outcompeted mammals in those larger body sizes. That's the thing, is that mammal ancestors, things like cynodonts, back during like the Triassic period, these guys were bigger than their mammal descendants during the age of dinosaurs, you know? During the Triassic period, when dinosaurs first evolved, these ancestors of mammals, some of them were big. Like really, like this, you know? And then when dinosaurs evolve and take over, the descendants of these guys, the true mammals, shrink way down in size. So basically, you go from this down to this. Tiny, tiny, tiny. You know? So yeah. But yeah. And Miss Yvette, we're just on a rabbit. You know we go down rabbit holes like this, Miss Yvette. We'll get back to Sawfish. But yeah, that's Hadrocodium right here, which is a tiny, tiny little mammal. Yeah. Let's see if I can find that clip with Hadrocodium. Let's see. Looking. That might be in the 3rd episode of this. Hang on. Episode 3. I'm gonna try and find you a clip with that lovely little critter, Hadrocodium. Yeah, shoot. Maybe it's in episode 1. Alright, hang on. I'll find it for you. Talking about this, let's get to our tiny little mammals. There we go. Fishes, the Drosophila. Shoot, it's got to be in the 2nd episode. Reptile. It would be after the Gorgonopsian. It would be after the opossum stuff, presumably. After the other opossum stuff. There we go. That's it. Yes. Beautiful.
Of the teeth, the anatomy of the jaws, the anatomy of the ears, of reptiles and mammals as well as anybody on the planet. Furthermore, he's able to work with really tiny specimens.
Yeah. So this is a mammal.
Was first spotted in the field. My friend thought it's just a pebble.
That's a whole skull right there.
He realized there were bones in that pebble. It's a fossil.
Yeah.
After more detailed work, we know that it's actually a mammal skull.
Yeah.
And it's related to the origin of all mammals.
Yep.
They named it Hadrocodium.
So the thing is so small, it's barely bigger than a piece of rice. In order to show the anatomy of this thing, they scanned it in, super high-res scan, and then they 3D print it larger so that you can actually make up the details.
Printer, Lowe built an enlarged replica of its tiny skull.
Yep.
The teeth had cusps like other mammals.
Yep.
But it's the lower jaw that really stood out. The jaw joint looked remarkably like that of modern mammals.
Yep.
Which suggests that the old reptilian jawbones were no longer being used to eat with.
Yep. They get shunted up into the skull. We talked about this yesterday.
On the inside of the jaw, there are structures to hold the ear bone. This shows us Hadrocodium's ear bones are still attached to the jaw.
But the attachment was minimal. Hadrocodium's ear bones were on their way to being completely separate.
Pretty cool stuff.
So this 195-million-year-old creature, no bigger than a paperclip, had taken a big step towards the kind of hearing we have today.
Pretty neat. This whole series is phenomenal. I can't recommend it highly enough. It's called Your Inner Fish with Neil Shubin. It's a 3-part series. And yeah, this gets into this idea of phylogeny. Looking at, living things and figuring out their origins, how they're related to one another through the fossil record, through DNA, through all this stuff. It is a great book too, Volcano Doc. Highly recommend it. Yeah, good stuff. Somebody was asking a question that's directly pertinent to this, and where was that? Let's see. Somebody was asking about, like, the origin of life on land. Oh, Trusasap says, could mammals and all other life still have evolved from tadpoles coming from the ocean? Not tadpoles, but a kind of fishy ancestor. Like, you know, the ancestor of the tetrapods. Here we go. This kind of talks about that here. So, vertebrate animals, animals with bones, like if you've got a backbone, you're a vertebrate, you know, and all vertebrates evolved from the same common ancestor. That's why they have vertebrae. These are hand-me-downs from their ancestors, you know? In the same way that you inherit traits from your grandparents and your grandparents' parents and etc., that gets passed down through your DNA. That's how all life on Earth works. And if you trace it back far enough, you can find those common ancestors, you know? Things that gave rise to different groups of organisms. You've traced that family tree back until you get to those, like, origin points where things split off. All living things today that have backbones evolved from the same ancestor that had that original backbone. So all land animals with bones, what we call tetrapods, evolved from a fishy ancestor that came out of the water.
And skulls, just like you and me. This shared anatomy connects us to fish and to a long line of other animals.
And truth is that tetrapods are a kind of vertebrate. Yeah.
See what I mean? Imagine the complete history of life on a giant family tree, from the first microscopic organisms billions of years ago to all animals alive today.
Here we go. There's that concept. There's this remarkable it still blows me away when I think about it hard that, you know, for thousands upon thousands of years, human beings have you know, made up stories and racked their brains and, like, told each other tales about, oh, you know, here's where we came from. This is what our origins are. This is how we came to be. And different cultures have had all different kinds of stories about this. Origin myths. And just wondering about where we came from is a big part of what makes us human, I think. You know, that's what sets us apart from every other living thing. Is that we've gotten to a point where we can think about where did we come from. We can ponder these questions. We can ask each other. We can argue about it. We'd make up all kinds of wild stories. But now in our modern age, we've started to figure this out in a real way, a way that's actually testable. Real evidence backing it up. DNA evidence, fossil evidence, morphological evidence. And we've been able to illustrate it in charts like this tree of life here, you know, to try and make sense of it and put things where they go in a way that actually shows who's more closely related to whom, you know? This is just a model. It's, you know, it's a way of portraying this information. But it does so in a way that really, it's based on reality, you know? It's so cool.
Lies on one branch of this tree of life. And we can trace our ancestry back.
Yep.
Around 400 million years ago, you'll find fish swimming in oceans and streams.
Yep, we've got fossils of these. This looks like Eusthenopteron here.
40 million years later, the first amphibians appear on land.
Yep.
Then we see reptiles, followed by the first mammals around 200 million years ago.
First true mammals, yeah. But yeah.
Much later, we arrive at our special branch, primates.
Yep.
This history tells us something remarkable. Every reptile, bird, and mammal alive today is descended from ancient fish.
Yep.
And that includes us.
That is so cool. It's so amazing that we can understand that at all, you know? It's like, what a time to be alive. These are you know, there's so much that we still don't understand. There's so much that we're still learning. But it's incredible that we've started to figure this out, this age-old mystery of where we came from. We know the broad strokes of it, at least. We're still figuring out a lot of the details. And we'll be figuring that out for a long time, which is cool. There's so many new discoveries to be made. But we started figuring this out, and it's wild that more people aren't aware of this, and it's no fault of their own. There are a lot of people who don't want you to know about this. I've got a clip about that right here, too. Not to be, like, conspiratorially minded about this. That's not what we're talking about. Here's Neil Shubin from that same documentary called Your Inner Fish. Here he is talking about this right here. Yeah, we'll scoot back a little bit. We'll talk about it.
That gives rise to all the variety of life, from bacteria to Darwin's finches to ourselves.
I'll give you some links, Tanti. Absolutely. Hang on just a minute.
Own literature shows.
Anyway, so they're
intelligent design.
Intelligent design is like a kind of creationism, which just says that, like, oh, you know, living things just kind of sprouted into existence from like a divine source. You know, for intelligent design doesn't like to say the word God because they're trying to be sneaky about it. But when you actually get them into a corner and make them be honest, they go, oh, well, yeah, it is God, you know?
Teaches a history of life in which organisms appear abruptly, are unrelated, and linked only by their designer.
We know this isn't true.
What's really being
a variety of different lines of evidence.
Poofed into existence through the miraculous act of an intelligent designer, i.e. God. That's the view that intelligent design promotes.
So how can scientists be so sure Darwin's tree accurately represents the history of life on Earth?
Yeah, since science is about testing ideas, you know, it's about actually using evidence to try and disprove things. And if you try and disprove something for long enough, and if you have enough people trying to disprove it with evidence and they just can't, then it might be because it might be true. That's how science works, you know? You don't start with your conclusion in the way that creationists do, where they say, oh, well, it has to be true because our book says so. That's not how science works. Science works through making observations, asking questions, running tests again and again and again and again, ruthlessly. Being ruthless toward these ideas, trying to disprove them in every way that you can think of. And if you can't disprove them, well, shoot, then they might be true, you know? That's how it works with evolution.
As it turned out, the latest in a large body of evidence to refute
and there you go, Noenis McGee. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Was coming to light just as this case was unfolding.
So that ancestor of the tetrapods, Neil Shubin set out to try to find that.
Where do they get a load of this? Because it's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
Darwin believed that evidence for his idea of common ancestry would be unearthed in the form of transitional
Intrusive sap, yes.
For example,
yes.
Over millions of years, fish gave rise to land animals, as evolutionary theory predicts.
Yep.
We should find fossils of extinct creatures that are part fish and part land animal.
So that's a prediction that this idea would make. And science is all about testing predictions, testing ideas. If this is true, that, you know, all tetrapods evolved from a common ancestor that was a fish that lived in the water, then you'd expect to find fossils of it, right? You can run an experiment by going out and looking for those fossils. That's exactly what Neil Shubin and his crew did.
In 1999, paleontologist Neil Shubin and his colleagues set out to find just such a creature.
Whatever.
And Never Spoil says, isn't Darwin's tree incomplete? Well, Darwin's dead. He died a long time ago. It's no longer his tree. It belongs to. It's added to by scientists all over the world. Forget Darwin. You know, he lived a long time ago. Whatever. There's always missing pieces of it. But that's kind of the thing about how this works. is that when you've got a lineage of living things and say, oh, well, there's a missing link between this one and this one. Well, okay, you go out and you find that missing link. And suddenly, oh, now there's 2 more gaps. Before there was just 1 gap between them. Now that you've put this in between, well, now there's a gap here and there's a gap here. And when you talk to creationists, this is what they try and pull. It's like every time that you find a new fossil and help kind of fill in this grand tree of life like this, they're never satisfied, you know? We've got thousands of fossils of things like hominids, you know, our human ancestors. And every time we plug one of these gaps, every time we find some intermediate like that, it just creates 2 new gaps, you know? But the thing is, every fossil that we find teaches us new things. We are learning more and more. We're progressing. We'll never find everything. But we're starting to get at the point where we've found enough things that we've got a pretty firm understanding of how these different modern groups that we have alive today evolved, where they came from, what their evolutionary trajectories were. And that's remarkable, you know? Happy International Sawfish Day to you too, Ozzy Ood. We'll get back into sawfish in a little bit, but yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Let's continue.
What evolution enables us to do is to make specific predictions about what we should find in the fossil record. The prediction in this case is clear-cut. That is, if we go to rocks of the right age and the rocks of the right type, we should find transitions between 2 great forms of life, between fish and amphibian.
Many scientists think life began in the water at least 3.5 billion years ago.
Yep.
More recently, about 375 million years ago, the tree of life branched as primitive fish.
Niscalo, thank you for the gift sub.
Neskilo
I appreciate that.
1 sub today, Cotton.
Thank you, Niscalo. Appreciate you.
Evolved into amphibians, such as today's frogs and salamanders, which live part of their lives on land. Armed with this prediction, Shubin and his colleagues organized an expedition to one of the most desolate places on Earth, the Canadian Arctic, about 500 miles from the North Pole, where rocks of just the right age are exposed. Here, they hope to fill a gap in the branch of the evolutionary tree that leads from primitive fish to animals with 4 limbs, or tetrapods, by finding a fossil of an animal that shared characteristics of both.
And this is grossly oversimplified right here. They're trying to make this accessible to a wide audience. We already had a ton of different critters in between quote-unquote primitive fish and tetrapods. You know, we already had creatures like Panderichthyes right here. There we go. Which is a fish with very limby kinds of fins like that. Ichthyostega is another one that we already had. Acanthostega is another one. We've known about these guys for a long time. And there's so many more than this, too. This is not my specialty. I work on dinosaurs, so this is outside of my wheelhouse, but I know this at least. I know a few of these different critters that were already there in that gap. But they're kind of oversimplifying this for the sake of drama in this documentary, you know? So, yeah, the one that Neil Shubin and his crew did find was really important. I don't mean to downplay that, but it was by no means that, like, oh, we've got nothing between primitive fish and tetrapods. There were already a lot of critters in between that are really nice transition between them. But like I said, every time you find a new one, you're creating 2 new gaps, remember? And so the critter that they found is just helping smooth out this transition. You get more and more and more data points like that until it becomes really, really clear. You get this smooth gradation like that. Even I'm oversimplifying a little bit. You get branches going off to the sides, lineages that go nowhere, that kind of thing. But superficially, you know, a beautiful little... It shouldn't be a sound, it should be more like a whoom, like that. Just a nice gradient, you know?
But after 3 summers of digging through hundreds of tons of rock in this harsh environment, they had found little of interest. They returned the next year for one last try.
Yep.
Money was running out. This was it. We were told this was our last year up there. And then in 2004, in the 3rd day of the season, a colleague of mine was removing rock and discovered a little snout sticking out the side of the cliff, just like exactly like this. And he removed more rock and more rock and more rock, and it became clear that this was a snout of a flat-headed animal. And that's when we knew, flat-headed animal at 375 million years old, this is going to be something interesting.
Hader, there you go, this one, yeah.
They called it Tiktaalik.
They didn't get paid for
large
it,
freshwater fish in the language of the local
yeah.
Inuit people. And it's one of the most vivid transitional fossils ever discovered, showing how land animals evolved from primitive fish.
Over here you have a fish of about 380 million years old. And what you see, just like any good fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You compare that to an amphibian, you find a creature that
we'll get back to sawfish in a little bit, but we're talking about
modified the fins,
phylogeny, evolution here real quick.
Arms and legs. And the head's very different. It has a flat head with eyes on top and a neck. What we see when we look at the fossil record, at rocks of just the right age, is a creature like Tiktaalik. Just like a fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You can see the fin webbing here. Yet when you look at the head, you see something very different. You see a very amphibian-like thing with a flat head with eyes on top. It gets even better when we take the fin apart. When we look inside the fin, as in this cast here, well, you'll see it as bones that compare to our shoulder, elbow,
there
even
you go.
parts of wrist.
There's the origin of our arms there.
So you have a fish at just the right time in the history of life that has characteristics of amphibians and primitive fish. It's a mix.
Yep.
And just as evolutionary theory predicts, Tiktaalik suggests a tree of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years. The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence.
Yeah. So this trial is the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial in September and I think October of 2005. There were some creationists who were trying to have religious creationism taught in public schools in the U.S. that goes against the U.S. Constitution, the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment of the Constitution in particular. And anyway, there's a big trial about it because they got taken to court over it. They're trying to introduce religion into a public school classroom. It's anti-constitutional, you know? And so to help demonstrate that creationism is bunk and that science should be taught in school, there were a number of different scientists who were brought to testify, including Kevin Padian from just down the road from me in Berkeley, California. This is an actor portraying Kevin right here.
But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds.
Thank you, Volcano
seen
Doc.
in creatures
Enjoy your
like
dinner.
Archaeopteryx, which has a long...
This is exactly what Volcano Doc was talking about today to her students, which is awesome. The evolution of birds from dinosaurs.
Evolved into birds. As seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
Yep.
How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Sure.
And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that
with
returned
hooves.
to the water.
Whales are hoofed
And where
mammals.
The Pandas book says we can't go from A to B. There are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence. And we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species.
Here we go.
Resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
So this is what we as paleontologists, what modern zoologists, what morphologists and geneticists and everybody else, we've all come to this same conclusion from different avenues of scientific thinking, from different avenues of testing, to show that living things are all related to one another, that they evolve over time. And we understand this now, and this story is so incredibly cool, based on so many different lines of evidence, and it's just mind-blowing when you learn about it, you know? Enlightening. And unfortunately, most people in the world have never heard of this. They don't understand that we as scientists know this. Part of this is that we need to do a better job of communicating this to the general public. That's what I'm trying to do here on Twitch. But also, there's forces arrayed against us. There are folks who don't want us to know about this. You know, they don't want you to know about this. And it's not some conspiracy theory or something. This is very well established here.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff and how.
And Sierv, thank you for the follow.
Prehistoric fact.
Welcome, welcome. Thanks for following. It's by no fault of their own that the general public doesn't know about this generally, because it just isn't taught in schools. Because some people in positions of power find this very threatening, you know? Yeah.
Resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before. And the reason is it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It's true. Creationists, who are often in positions of power, do fight tooth and nail to keep this stuff out of textbooks and out of classrooms. They don't want people in the general public to understand how well supported this idea is, that we're all related, that all living things share a common ancestor, that living things change over time. They find that idea very threatening, and to a certain extent, it's threatening to their power. There's the person second in line to the presidency right now is one of these people. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, he's blamed school shootings on the idea that evolution is taught in schools. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, one of the most powerful people on the planet. You know? So yeah, there's many other people throughout the U.S. government as well. People in positions of power, people who make decisions that dictate so many different things about our lives as Americans in this country. And there's other people throughout the world too. You know, you get religious fundamentalists, you get these arch conservatives, people like that in other countries also who, shoot, look at Turkey for crying out loud. Anyway, yeah. Anywho. So yeah. That's why I'm here on Twitch, you know? That's why we talk about natural history, about biodiversity, about evolution and extinction and natural selection, and I like to think that at a certain point, when you learn more about how the natural world works, it makes you not just a wiser person in that you have an understanding of how we came to be and how the natural world works, but it also makes you more understanding as a person. It gives you a sense of empathy. You know, you can look at a fellow human being and say, hey, that person and I, we share a common ancestor. We're both human beings. grand scheme of things, we're on the same side here, you know? That person that I don't know, I'm going to fight for their rights as much as I would fight for my own. Sure, we might look different. We might think differently. We might have different beliefs. But they're a human being also. And their life is just as valid as my own. And not just that, but other living things on our planet are worthy of respect and admiration and protection. From things like human greed and carelessness and cruelty. When you've got that perspective, when you understand that all living things on Earth share a common ancestor, you feel a certain kinship with them. It gives you a greater appreciation for them. And I think the more you feel that kinship, the more you'll want to protect not just our fellow human beings, but every creature that we share this planet with. Including, of course, sawfish, like we're talking about today. So I hope that makes sense. That's enough of that soapbox there. Let's get back to the sawfish here, shall we? Anyway. Let's get back to this video here about trying to save sawfish like we were watching. I don't know how long ago this was that we started it. We went all over the place, but I feel like it's been productive. Let's continue.
Areas. We would prefer to spend most of our time on the edge of the continental shelf, where it's about 45.
I feel a real kind of kinship with these folks in particular.
Commercial
These are
fisheries and commercial shrimp trawl fisheries. So that's off on the Atlantic side of the Florida Keys.
People working so hard to protect these animals.
Key Largo all the way down to the Marquesas south of Key West.
Got common cause with
them. We also
them,
sample in Florida Bay because that's an area where we know there are a lot of sawfish, and that's where the recreational fishermen and the charter captains encounter a lot of sawfish too. It's quite shallow and muddy and murky, and it's completely different habitat.
Today winds are too rough to fish on the Atlantic side, so the team decides to work in Florida Bay.
We're primarily using kind of a modified scientific long line. We basically set 50 hooks out on a long line anchored on each end. Each hook is on its own branch line that's about 9 feet long.
So they're trying to catch sawfish here
ladyfish
in order to protect them.
For exactly 1 hour, and then we haul the line back.
Presumably they're going to put a tag on them and let them go immediately.
Reasons. One, we do want to minimize stress on the sawfish, but we don't want to kill things that we're not trying to catch. Big lemon. Hold on.
Lemon shark.
Settle down.
Nice.
Hold on. Let me get the head first. Obviously, we're going to catch more non-endangered species than endangered ones, so we catch a lot more sharks. And we've caught about 1,000 sharks compared to 30 or so sawfish.
Wow.
Rarely do we have a shark that dies on the line or anything doing this work. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Gone.
While the long line is soaking, the scientists decide to download data that gives them information on the movement of the animals.
So these are acoustic receivers that our colleagues at the University of Florida, the Florida Museum of Natural History, put out. And so every time there's a coded acoustic transmitter that comes within the detection range of one of these, it gets picked up with a time and date stamp and the number of the animal. And so
this is how they can track them.
Quite a few sawfish in here.
In order to protect these animals, you have to know where they are.
Transmitters.
We have detections on this receiver from 3 sawfish. One of the sawfish was tagged last March, and it was tagged right near the receiver. The detections from that animal are from the day it was tagged and the very next day, and then it wasn't detected again. The other 2 animals were tagged elsewhere in the bay.
Eventually, the scientists have a sawfish on the line.
How to do it says, when life gives you lemon sharks, throw them back. Agreed. Yeah.
Oh, big sawfish, big sawfish.
There we go.
Oh, down here,
This
look,
is
look,
what they're
look,
after.
look.
Look at this.
Try to get him unwrapped.
What a beautiful animal. Look how big it is.
These sawfish are dangerous to deal with because they're so incredibly strong.
Oh, don't wrap, don't wrap.
The dangerous part of them extends 3 or 4 feet from their body. The radius of the potential damage can be, 10 feet. And they are so strong and so heavy and so quick, swinging that rostrum from side to side.
Oof.
I think, oh man, this is an incredible animal. What an incredible experience to see this thing. The first order of business is to get a rope on the rostrum. Once we have the rostrum, then we can cleat that off, and then we can reach down and put a rope on the tail. Now he's ours. Now he's ours.
And Rainbow, I agree with you.
We'll
Oh
take
man.
a number of typical measurements for.
I would like to live in a world where teachers get paid 10 times what they get paid right now, and that there's more of an there's more of an emphasis placed on education in our society. But in the U.S., education is so poorly funded. Public schools are absolutely falling apart. I don't know. And there's a lot of folks in power who want it that way, They want people to be poorly educated. Anyway.
Length, and the length from the tip of the snout to the beginning of the tail to the end of the tail.
That's the biggest male we've ever caught right there. By 10 centimeters. So that's a big guy. Cool.
We also take the length of the rostrum. We'll count the number of teeth on the rostrum.
23 on the left, 24 on the right.
We put a tag on it right here.
Tag. You'll notice I drilled a small hole.
Richard Zinnia, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
Fin.
Yeah.
I've also noticed there was not a drop of blood. There's really no vascularization in that part, which is one of the reasons we put it in there. And so we just want this thing to stay on long enough to get the data from the tag. Once the tag pops off, we want this whole harness to come off, so all these crimps and everything will corrode, and then the wire can work its way out.
Just a temporary tag they're putting on it. It'd fall off naturally after a while.
Stay on for 150 days.
Okay.
And that will float to the surface, and all the light, temperature, and depth data that it's logged will be transmitted. Then we'll hopefully be able to know where it's
like a temporary earring. There you go, Racodactylus. That's a good analogy. How you doing, Reiko? It's good to see you.
We tagged in the Florida Keys in 2013. The tags popped off all the way up as far as Tarpon Springs.
That's a lot of movement.
Dean also puts an acoustic tag on the animal.
These are the tags that will actually be picked up by those receivers.
Hanging in there?
So that'll give us information about when the animals come back to those areas. Could give us information on migration patterns up the.
And Laura Kokomakti, thank you for the follow. Laura Kokomkotki. I got there. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
East Coast or in other places in the Gulf.
And I'll see you later, Outer Do It. You take care too.
Finally, we put a dark tag, and that's just a simple identification tag. It just has a number on it. It's a National Marine Fisheries Service tag, and so if someone catches that sawfish again, or if we catch that sawfish again, then we can look up the information on it and know where it was tagged. If it's measured, we'll get an idea of growth rates. So that's a cheap way to tag an animal, in theory, for its lifetime. And we've actually recently captured 2 sawfish in Florida Bay that were tagged with dark tags by our colleagues a year before at the same spot. So that's pretty good evidence that during that time of the year, that's where they come. So that's valuable too.
Historical data suggests that large sawfish may have migrated north during the summer months, but the data collected from the tag so far hasn't confirmed that. Before long, the scientists have a female sawfish on the line.
So this one's 448, so this one ties for the largest that we've caught so far in our research. Females are bigger than males. Beautiful fish. And she's being so sweet. So she's being sweet.
In addition to tagging the animals and measuring them, the researchers also collect blood samples to see if the sawfish may be pregnant or have just given birth.
And hopefully we can find out, okay, it seems that they are preparing to mate in spring, for example. And then if we can find from our satellite tagging data
where they are during those time periods, perhaps we can find whether they're mating in aggregations or if it's just kind of haphazard, because that all plays a big role in the potential for recovery of the population.
Good stuff. Planet of the Other's got a good question too. What's the difference between sawfish and saw sharks? They actually talk about that here. Here, I'm gonna post this link in the chat so I can snag it if I need to. But they talk about that at the beginning of this documentary here. Yeah. So saw sharks are actually a kind of shark. Sawfish are basically a kind of ray. They're related to stingrays, guitarfish, skates, that kind of thing.
For conservation of nature.
Yeah.
We're in danger of losing an entire family of large tropical shallow water predators that are one of the major components of the tropical ecosystems where they live.
Here we go.
Sawfish are different from saw sharks.
There's a saw shark right there.
Confuse them sometimes. The saw sharks, there's 9 known species, and they're smaller than the sawfish, and they tend to be relatively deep water animals.
And so, yeah, they live in deep water, and they've got these on the sides of their heads. Are these spiracles? Forget. They also have gills on the side of their bodies. Sawfish are related to stingrays. They've got gills on the bottom, on the underside, the ventral side of their body.
The small-toothed sawfish is the only current species of sawfish in the United States.
Yeah, so here, maybe I can find you a quick video. Sawfish versus saw sharks. They're not close relatives at all. This might work.
You go to an aquarium and you go to a shark tank. You see a lot of sharks, but you see one shark that has a long nose with sharp teeth on it. Some people call it the sawfish, while others call it the saw shark. You look them up and they look the same, right?
They don't look the same.
Well, actually, they're not the same and are totally different animals. Well, you're in luck because I will be discussing the similarities and differences between the two creatures.
Just get to the differences. The similarities are...
start with the word saw because
they
both have long saw-like noses.
It's called a rostrum.
Right? They use these saw-like noses for catching, killing, and cutting the prey that they eat. They would thrash their noses like swords. They are both cartilaginous fish that live primarily in the ocean. They are both sedentary, meaning they don't need to keep moving in order to breathe and spend most of the time resting on the seabed, unlike most other sharks. Now,
Godsammer says, which one would be safer to run into, a sawfish or a saw shark? You're unlikely to run into a saw shark because they live in deeper waters. I don't know. Both of them, you leave them alone and you're fine. You know, it's not... They're not going to hurt you unless you mess with them.
Let's talk about the differences between the two fish. Sawfish are much larger than saw sharks. Sawfish can grow up to 25 feet in length and weigh over 700 pounds. Saw sharks, on the other hand, only grow about 5 feet long and weigh only about 18 pounds. The shape of the saw-like noses are also different. The saw shark's saw is triangular in shape, which gives it a pointed tip, whereas sawfish saw is more parallel in shape and does.
It's got that kind of rounded end to it, like you see right here on my sawfish rostrum, here on the wall. Yeah, anyway, I'll just show you on our tree of life here. There's sawfish right there. And then saw sharks, like the Japanese saw shark, they are way over there. They're actually a kind of shark, saw sharks. Sawfish are basically a kind of ray, like guitarfish or stingrays, that kind of thing. Does that make sense? Yeah. So neither aggressive? Yes. Godsammer, yeah. Yeah. They're both pretty chill animals in the grand scheme of things, you know? They're not going to hurt you unless you mess with them. They'll defend themselves if they need to, but they're generally pretty chill. Anyway, here we are.
By looking at the sex hormones in the blood of both male and female animals, the scientists hope to gain a better understanding of the animal's life history. Sawfish, like their relatives, the sharks and rays, take a long time to mature. They have relatively few offspring compared to other fish, which means the recovery of the population takes longer.
Based on what data we have, we think they mature in about 8 to 10 years. So we believe that they reproduce every 2 years, but it could.
I don't know if they've ever been bred in captivity. I don't think that's happened, but I'm not totally sure.
It could be that they're reproducing every year. We think they produce about 8 to 12 pups.
Unlike most fish, sawfish
and Pliny the Other, we were talking about that extensively earlier before you got here, about convergent evolution. How you can get very similar morphologies, very similar like body shapes in animals that are not related to each other if they've got a similar lifestyle, a similar ecology, that kind of thing.
Birth to live young.
Yeah.
Everyone's first thought is, poor mom, you know, how does that happen? It's really cool in that.
So how in the world can a sawfish be born like that? Because they're born with teeth. Well, with the projections, those dermal denticles coming out of the sides of their rostrum. You know, if you're born with those, and these fish do not lay eggs, they're born live. Yeah, like you said, poor mom. How does that happen? Well, shoot. The babies will actually use the saw to cut their way out of them. I'm totally kidding. That's not. They do not do that. Here, watch.
Thought is, poor mom. You know, how does that happen? It's really cool in that the rostrum is very flexible when they come out, but the teeth are needle sharp. But they're almost completely enclosed in a gelatinous material that sheaths the teeth so they don't damage the mom. And then,
how cool is that? They've got like a temporary sheath over it that that's just for while they're being born. Super neat.
Over the first week or so, that sheath disintegrates.
Thank you for the hydrate there.
Little clip.
There we go.
Dean also takes a small thin clip for genetic analysis that will help the scientists understand how different animals are related to one another.
During the endangered species listing, it was estimated that the population may have declined by 90% or more, 95% maybe even. And so there's the potential for genetic bottleneck. It's essentially inbreeding. But fortunately, they found no evidence of that. So it still seems like there's plenty of genetic diversity out there.
In addition, the scientists used the genetic samples to determine if there is a distinct sawfish population in the U.S., or if the animals migrate back and forth to the Bahamas. So far, it appears they are separate populations.
The sawfish we've tagged with satellite tags have stayed within the United States, within Florida, actually.
Really? So they don't migrate to the Bahamas. Interesting.
Another team of scientists from NOAA's Southeast Fisheries Science Center studies juvenile sawfish.
Our survey is in 3 areas in the backcountry in Southwest Florida. We're up in Goodland and around Marco Island. We also are in the 10,000 Islands area, and then our most southern area is Everglades National Park. We started in 2009.
Since we began this survey, the trend is for a slowly increasing population, which is great.
The animals are most abundant in the
Florida's such a
protected
cool
areas
place.
of Everglades National Park.
What a wonderland.
It's very
This
interesting
is
that the
amazing.
Everglades National Park was created in the 1930s, and this was about the same time that the sawfish population started to decline. So it was sort of, you know, call it serendipity, call it luck, that historically this was the core area of their population in the United States to begin with, and then to have that core area set aside as a national park was probably one of the reasons why we still have sawfish left in the U.S.
We were talking all about the National Park Service, the National Park System yesterday. One of the best things that our country's ever done. Holy cow. Is it just a shining jewel that we have to show off here in the U.S. And it might be because of the establishment of Everglades National Park that we still have sawfish at all in the U.S. because they're gone everywhere else in the U.S.
Every month, the researchers spend a week in the field studying the animals.
So what we've been doing is tracking the abundance of the individuals through time, because for recovery to occur, we have to have the population abundance to occur. Prior to the listing, we really didn't have a sawfish survey that would measure the abundance of animals through time.
We use small, very small gill nets. The teeth on the saw, they swim right into the net and they get caught, and they can just rest on the bottom and wait for us to come get them. So it's very low stress.
And since, unlike a lot of sharks that have to keep swimming in order to breathe, sawfish don't have to do that. A, they're not sharks, and B, they can just rest on the bottom and cycle water through their gills without having to swim. So it's not like they're going to drown if they stay still, you know?
So we'll soak anywhere from an hour to maybe 2 hours, but we check the net continually. A lot of...
This one says, can you imagine someone was going to have the Everglades dredged and paved over? That's happened to a big part of Florida. Shoot. We're so lucky that you know, good forward-thinking people decided to push for a national park there to preserve this area, because there have been so many other places throughout the United States and around the world that have just been completely destroyed to build, you know, a Walmart or a Tesco or a whatever, you know? Pave paradise and put up a parking lot, you know? That's kind of the story of the 20th century and the 21st century so far. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Is the hurricane over? The one from, what, last week in Florida? Yes. I live here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and no hurricane here. We had a heat wave, what, last week? But that's over now, too, which is nice. And Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, exactly. She led the way in preserving those. Absolutely, this one, yeah. Yeah. I think there's a neat drunk history episode about that, isn't there? I'll show you the beginning of it, at least. And then I'll give you the link. Sorry, it's backwards, but it has to be. You seen that one? Yeah. Oh, sorry, language. You get the idea, you know? Yep. And then we get to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Anyway, I'll give you a link, but if you want to learn more about this, this is, I guess, a place to start. I really like drunk history too. There's something about the enthusiasm in there, that exuberance it really speaks to me personally, you know? So yeah. Anyway, back to sawfish here.
Everglades National Park was created in the 1930s, and this was about the same time that the sawfish population started to decline. So it was sort of, you know, call it serendipity, call it luck, that historically this was the core area of their population in the United States to begin with, and then to have that core area set aside as a national park was probably one of the reasons why we still have sawfish left in the U.S.
Yep. Holy cow, important stuff.
Bottom and wait for us to come get them, so it's very low stress. So we'll soak anywhere from an hour to maybe 2 hours, but we check the net continually. A lot of catch and release going on.
This team collects a lot of the same data as their colleagues studying the adult sawfish.
We tag the animal externally with a dart tag and internally with a pit tag. This pit tag is a tiny little transponder. It comes with like a barcode, like what your vet would use to tag your cat or your dog. So if an animal ever loses its external tag, we have a scanner that we can scan over the animal and it'll pop up like a barcode number.
Juvenile sawfish depend on mangrove habitats as their nursery areas.
Current theory is that they're using the mangroves when they're very small for protection from predators. Probably the predators for a small sawfish would be something like a bull shark or a lemon shark, or maybe even alligators might feed on the occasional sawfish. The mangroves also may be used as a food source because there's lots of little fishes and stuff in there for them to feed on.
Lots of food.
Puzzling the experts is why the
mangroves are such an incredibly biodiverse area. Like they don't get talked about nearly enough. Mangroves are so special. They're so cool.
What's puzzling the experts is why the sawfish seem to prefer some mangrove areas over others.
The areas may be very close together, but what is the difference between that spot and that spot, and why are they always right on that mudflat adjacent to that section of mangroves as opposed to that mudflat on the other side, when easily they could swim 100 yards and go to that spot?
To figure out what the sawfish might be attracted to, the scientists try to quantify the environmental conditions.
One of the things we've been examining is 3 factors related to the mangroves. One, more related to black mangroves, is what is the density of these pneumatophores? The structure of the prop root system. Some prop roots are very much spread apart, others are much more dense. So we've been counting the number of prop roots within a 150 centimeter square grid. And then also one thing we noticed that was interesting too is the distance of the overhang that covers the shoreline will differ depending on what mangrove stand you're at. So we've been measuring the distance from the edge of the last prop root out to where the edge of the overhang ends. Looking at the data that we've collected over the last 5 years, there appears to be some difference between how the mangroves are structured and whether the sawfish is there or not.
The NOAA team also collects tissue samples for genetic analysis.
Mangroves are important. There you go, Lordy, yes.
Mudflat, year after year after year. What we found is that actually some of those animals are siblings or half-siblings. The current theory is that the females come up in here to give birth. She may give birth on the same area, and the individuals are always returning to that same area. Sort of like salmon coming back to the same natal river every year.
We call that site fidelity, where a critter will come back to the same spot year after year after year. Site fidelity.
This could have implications for animals living in less pristine areas where lots of human development has taken place.
Yeah.
That's where Greg Polakis and his team from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission come in. Based out of the Charlotte Harbor Field Laboratory, they also study juvenile sawfish, but their study sites are a lot less pristine than the wilderness of Everglades National Park.
Both of the areas that we sample are much more developed and have a lot more human influence. In the Charlotte Harbor area, the 2 primary locations where we sample are in the Peace River, as well as some of the Upper Harbor areas, and the Caloosahatchee River, which is down by Fort Myers. We've been working in this area, doing research on small 2 sawfish since shortly after they were listed on the endangered species list.
Just as in the Everglades, the animals here also seem to have hot spots they prefer.
They will stay on a flat, probably very close to where they were born, for several months. Probably the majority of the first year is in the greater region where they were actually born. As they get larger, they tend to expand their use of space and use more of the nursery. We catch newborn size, which is about 2.5 feet or so total length, including the saw, up to about 7 feet. That's 2 to 3 years old.
Sawfish grow very fast when they're young, doubling in size during their first year of life. This greatly reduces their risk of being eaten by sharks or other predators.
We'll keep this punch from the fins for genetics and stable isotope type of research.
Stable isotope analysis provides information about the diet of
There's
the
that mouse.
That information has kind of shown that they eat primarily fish at all the sizes that have been sampled so far. So that's something that is new. There's very little information beyond just anecdotal things on feeding biology of these animals.
Pretty cool. And Cooking Fat says Finau Live is a fishing channel in Florida. Got one of these by accident while night fishing. It was huge. We saw a clip of it last year on somebody posted a link for International Sawfish Day, and it was cool. Really glad that that he let it go. And you got to cut that line as close to the hook as you can in order to, you know, reduce the risk of injury to the animal. Yeah.
Sawfish use their rostrum to catch their prey.
They've been observed swinging it back and forth into a school of smaller fish, for example. They wound a couple of those and then return.
I like how it's just an animation here. We have footage of them doing this too.
We're going to get a roto tag, we call it, where it actually has the number of this fish and a phone number. So if an angler happens to catch this one, they can tell us which one it is. And then the second dorsal will use the same setup, and that we've glued an acoustic tag to, so we can tell where they're swimming. We have a series of listening stations out here in the river.
They're distributed in both the upper harbor, Peace River area, as well as the greater Caloosahatchee area. Those units...
And Pope is making a joke. Can I call this sawfish? Zoom in and see the phone number? What you can actually do, don't prank this. These are... Don't mess with science like this, but if you do end up catching or seeing a sawfish, you can absolutely report that, and those data can be really, really important for studying these critters. So report a sawfish is right here. Here's a link. Just know if you're ever fishing out in Florida or a place like that and you happen to catch a sawfish, remain safe. Keep the sawfish in the water. At a minimum, keep the mouth, gills, and spiracles, the holes on top of the head, underwater, if safe to do so. Sawfish will be less prone to flail, to hit you in the face with their rostrum, and put your eyes out if they're allowed to breathe. So let them breathe. And mind your safety. Do not enter the strike zone of the rostrum/saw. And record. Identify the type of sawfish and estimate its length. You can use the ID guide right here to help identify. There we go. Atlantic Ocean here. There we go. Large-toothed sawfish and small-toothed sawfish. Large-toothed sawfish is what I've got right here. Anyway, here's the ID guides right there. But yeah, report your encounter with your local fisheries authority or to the groups listed below. So there's plenty of information here. So this is easy to Google, right on the spot, if you ever happen to catch a sawfish. But yeah, doing that, reporting them can help researchers gather more information on where they can be spotted, where they need to be protected, that kind of thing. So, yeah. Does that make sense? And that is to scale. Absolutely, Wilco. Yeah.
24 hours a day. So we're able to see how long they stay in the hot spots, and then hopefully we'll be able to estimate when they actually leave and move to other coastal habitats. Recently, there was a fish that we tagged in April of 2011 in the Caloosahatchee River, and it died and showed up on a beach in Key West. So that is obviously a pretty significant move.
Because sawfish are listed on the endangered species list, it is illegal for fishermen to target the animals.
Yep.
If a recreational fisherman, does accidentally catch the sawfish, we want the animal to be off the hook as quickly as possible. And instead of trying to remove the hook,
more advice.
we would ask if it's not possible to cut the hook off as close as you can to the mouth to release the animal. The longer the animal fights on the line, the less chances that it would have a survival.
Yeah.
We have had some cases recently of fishermen actually removing sawfish from the water to take photos. Technically, that's illegal, and they could get in trouble for that. What we would like fishermen, if they catch them, is to estimate the size and call the International Sawfish Encounter database folks and report it. And that goes a long way to informing us of where sawfish are.
There you go.
Much is being done to save the small-toothed sawfish from extinction. With support from the public and through the diligent work of researchers, this prehistoric-looking fish may have a chance to survive in a modern world.
Cool stuff. Here's a link to this program. There you go. And let's find some other stuff for...
Major funding for this program was
International
provided by the
Sawfish Day.
Batchelor Foundation.
There we go. Here we go. Let's take a look at this from Australia. Other side of the planet, they've got sawfish there too. Take a look.
Crocodiles might get all the street cred as far as prehistoric creatures go in northern Australia.
That is such a cool shot.
Critter that could give them a run for their money on longevity, and that's the sawfish. They've been swimming about for about 60 million years, a fair old slog on anyone's reckoning. The sawfish is actually a type of modified ray with a shark-like body and can reach up to 7 meters in length. They once swam in warm waters around the world. Now, they're amongst the most endangered species on the planet.
Salamander wants to know, do they regrow broken teeth? They don't. So saw sharks do, because those are true teeth. These are what we call like dermal denticles on a sawfish, and they do not regrow. So if you find sometimes you see really old sawfish that have been through a lot, and they'll be missing a bunch of these, or they'll be broken off, which is interesting. Yeah.
The only remaining stronghold of 4 of the 5 species is here in northern Australia, thanks largely to our remote and untouched coastlines. But you might be thinking, this isn't a wildlife show, so what's the link? Well, one group that have daily interactions with these creatures are fishers. The extensive miles they spend at sea often over many years.
Oh, they're the fishers. Arnar. Sorry. Not making fun. I'm laughing with, not at.
Means whether they realise it or not, they possess critical knowledge of the occurrence, seasonal presence, and
we were talking about this earlier with that other video, yeah.
Populations.
So this project was, as far as we know, the first time where professional fishers' knowledge has been, I guess, sourced. And
there's the same gal from before. This is wonderful.
Interpreted and used through a research project involving social science, natural science,
and cool gravity. Good on your cousin for releasing it ASAP. Yeah. And there you go, Salamander Fair.
Funded by Parks Australia and supported by the Australian.
I gotta go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Science, Charles Darwin University, and
be right back.
the Seafood Council. Northern Australia is one of the few places left in the world with sawfish and river shark populations, making it a key priority to protect them. A major challenge is the lack of information on current populations, which limits the ability to develop effective management strategies. But how does one extract that info from a community that's pretty private and, let's face it, doesn't necessarily always harbour great affection or trust for scientists?
There is sectors of the industry that don't believe that. They think that something will happen because the scientists are there.
Peter Manning has been a sea dog much of his life.
I've fished for approximately 40 years, and mainly in the barramundi industry and the Spanish mackerel industry. I started in the barra industry in the 70s, and I fished all around the coast of the territory, from the Daly River around to almost the Queensland border.
During his time on the water, sawfish were a common sight.
We'd have one that was a wide bill with big teeth, another one with a narrow bill with little spiny teeth, and another one that have got a kind of a greeny colour on their bill. So we just know them by that, you know, the slimy one or the little one with little teeth.
Freshwater sawfish.
Their large size and long-toothed rostrum, or saw, makes them vulnerable to capturing fishing nets.
When we caught swordfish in the net, you know, we were obligated to take them out and release them live if possible. You know, there could have been a case where we didn't, but on the majority, they'd be released unharmed. You know, I've always had the view that everything deserves to live. You know, if I'm catching something that's for consumption, for food, I've got no problem, you know, taking it. But if it's not, I don't like to waste.
It's these encounters and their access to such remote areas that made fishermen the ideal research partners for the study to better understand the underwater creatures. And they've captured the process on film.
So of the 16 professional fishers we interviewed, about half were retired, some were still active in the fishery. The majority of sawfish and river sharks has been collected in rivers or coastal environments in northern Australia. There's little known about their occurrence and movement offshore. Cameron Berryman has vessels fishing right across Australia and was also part of the study and fieldwork.
Our goal is to have a very sustainable fishery and a good fishery, but we've got to be careful that the data that we share doesn't get used against us in a negative way. So, you know, we had a look, but with a group like AIMS, it was a fantastic project, and with the work with the Seafood Council in the background, it was a no-brainer for us to join the project.
He says fishers were chuffed to be asked about their work.
Right, chuffed.
Crew came in really pumped. You know, they were so great, you know, that their knowledge was being used to protect these creatures and gather data on the sawfish, but also that they were getting listened to. You know, these guys know where they are, they got a general idea of their movements, and, you know, sometimes you read scientists or listen to scientists and they try and tell you what's happening and you know otherwise, and it was great that the scientists came and grabbed the knowledge of these guys and used it.
The information gathered is yet to be published, but it will be used to target the areas where scientists can go to sample and tag species in remote coastal and estuarine areas of the NT.
This project was very much focused on trying to co-produce knowledge and pilot an approach where we could draw on social science generated research, use that to inform identification of ecological field sites for more research, and pull all that information together to try and address some of the gaps in our knowledge about threatened species in Northern Territory coastal waters.
Other projects have gone weeks without tagging because they haven't known where exactly to focus.
And when species are hard to study or elusive, then it's really important to get that information from fishers so the research can target the right areas.
Because the numbers are so low, there isn't a lot that's known about basic things around sawfish, like how big they get, how old they grow, or how often they breed. Understanding things like the reproductive cycle are critical for the management of this endangered species. And that's where faunal collections like this and historic and contemporary observations of fishers are so useful, filling those knowledge gaps around pupping season, offshore movements, and changes in the catch rate over time.
And I think this research has shown us that working together and increasing those levels of trust are really important for getting good outcomes for the species.
Very nice.
But protection isn't just about the sawfish. Fishermen, especially gillnets, have been blamed for declining populations. It's an accusation many think is unfair.
Do you think that there is a negative impact from the commercial fishermen on the sawfish populations?
I doubt very, very little. One, because of the limited area we work, and the times that they come, you know, just not there all the time.
Fishermen say they know they need to get on board with science because it can work in their favour.
Monkey and skate in Tasmania. Interesting, Trisha. That's down in the south of the country, though.
In the fishery, you've got a big business. You know, you want to look at sustainability and make sure you're doing the best practices in everything you can do. Without a healthy fishery, we don't have a viable business.
Well, it will if there's good data, and that can be helpful in many ways, because you can't be attacked as say a commercial fisherman if they say the stocks are healthy.
Absolutely. We've got other projects underway now, and you know, we're always open to be approached by scientists and scientific groups and work together.
There we go. Nice. I'll give you a link to this right here. It is really nice to see cooperation between scientists and people in industry like that. Like the fishing industry. All too often there's suspicion and rancor between groups like that, and we can't have that as scientists, you know? Yeah. I'm scrolling down right here trying to find some other recent videos on sawfish since last year. Since our last International Sawfish Day. And there were a number of videos like this earlier this year that had me really concerned. Here, I'll show you. Back to the U.S.
Something deadly is lurking in the waters of the Florida Keys. Not deadly to humans, it's killing sawfish, which is a critically endangered species.
Whatever it is, it's also causing more common fish like snapper and snook to act erratically and sometimes die as well.
Ariadza reports from the Keys.
Yeah, so guys, it's truly a mystery what is happening here. We are in the Middle Keys right now, and what we're talking about is happening in the Lower Keys a few miles south of where I'm standing. So far, 20 sawfish have turned up dead in the past few weeks.
I'm a whatever. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for clicking that follow button.
20 sawfish have turned up dead in the past few weeks in the waters of the Lower Keys. And as you said, other more common fish are behaving erratically, so there's a team of experts combining their expertise to try to figure out what's going on here. Sawfish are not supposed to die like this.
No.
Unknown, rare occurrence. We really haven't seen anything like this before.
I mean, all of us obviously want to know why it's happening.
It's cool to see some of the same researchers again and again.
That can be done about it.
Dr. Dean Grubbs of FSU is an expert on the small-toothed sawfish, a critically endangered species which only really lives in Florida and the Bahamas.
We were just celebrating, you know, less than a year ago, the fact that we are starting to see signs of recovery of the population in the U.S.
We saw that in that earlier video.
They started dying.
And I think it's an emergency that we figure out what's causing it, and if it's anything that can be reversed and anything that can be avoided in the future. You know, if this becomes something that happens annually, that would be, you know, a huge concern, obviously. You know, sawfish are pretty mobile. They can move pretty fast. You know, why did they stay in that area? Whatever this is must hit them pretty rapidly.
But it's not just sawfish. Divers and fishermen in the Keys are seeing species like snapper, snook, and grouper doing this weird behavior. It's a death spiral. What's causing it? Dr. Michael Parsons of Florida Gulf Coast University is an expert on dinoflagellate algae, single-cell organisms, one of which causes red tide, and he says the culprit here could be a different species of algae.
I would say the sawfish mortalities are a big problem. I would say the erratic fish behavior and the other fish mortalities are unusual, but we're not seeing the numbers of dead fish like we saw with red tide or large red tide. So it's not the scale of a red tide fish kill. But the fact that the sawfish are dying, that is very concerning.
And it's a concern because they are critically endangered. Sawfish are a ray. They're not sharks, although they look like sharks. And Dr. Grubbs says there's only about 450 adult females right now in Florida waters. They're an apex predator, so they're very important to the ecosystem as well. Dr. Parsons says they still don't know, of course, if this particular algae is the culprit. There's no smoking gun yet. They have to do some more research. He says it's going to take weeks, maybe months to figure that out. He also says it's possible that last summer's extremely high water temperatures here in the Keys may have allowed this algae to proliferate much more than normal. Again, though, there's no smoking gun. We're live in the Middle Keys. Ari Odzer, NBC6 News.
Here's a link to this right here. That was from 7 months ago, from 6 months ago, this video.
It was another deadly week in the Keys as more and more carcasses of sawfish were pulled from nearshore waters.
This as we learn of at least one at-risk sawfish that was rescued and brought into a marine facility as the science continues to try to figure out what's causing this. Local 10's Louis Aguirre has tonight's Don't Trash Our Treasure.
It's like we're watching the ocean fall apart right in front of us, rapidly. And this may be the last that we see of the sawfish.
The death toll continues to climb.
It had come up into the shallows, and this one was pretty large.
Another critically endangered small-tooth sawfish stranding itself off Isla Mirada over the weekend as Andy Thomas was driving by on the overseas highway near mile marker 74.
Yeah, I just lost all emotion and was like, this is just absolute insanity. There is something in the water.
FWC again updating its numbers. 38 now reported dead since January. Just Tuesday, another sawfish washed up on the shores of Fort Zachary Taylor Beach in Key West. This, the sixth to have died this past week alone. More than 150 others have been observed in crisis.
We have put together a team to attempt to rescue and potentially rehab sawfish that are in distress.
On This Week in South Florida, Gil McCraig, director of FWC's Fish and Wildlife Research Institute, described the unprecedented emergency response launched by NOAA to try and save sawfish in distress.
Keep in mind, this has never been done before. It's a very tricky thing to find a sawfish that is healthy enough, given the distress we've seen them in, to survive the transport to a facility for potential rehab.
This sawfish that beached itself in Key West last week was not strong enough to save and died. But this one, found in a canal in Cudjoe Key Saturday, was successfully rescued.
So the one that was caught yesterday, is that the first one?
I believe it is, yes.
We reached out to NOAA and Mote Marine Lab to find out what happened to this fish. So far, they've not responded.
It just doesn't seem to be letting up, and we still don't know what the cause is.
Also on the case, Dr. Dean Grubbs, a researcher and sawfish expert with Florida State University. Since Friday, he's been back in the Keys with his team, catching sawfish to help solve this marine mystery.
One of our big goals is to provide samples from healthy sawfish that the pathologists and toxicologists can then compare to samples that are collected from the distressed sawfish as well as the dead sawfish. So
Grubb reports that he and his team were able to catch, sample, and release one healthy female just over 11 feet and two healthy males about 13 feet long.
They're big animals. They're super strong. They're way quicker than you might think they are. And then they've obviously have this toothed rostrum, this weapon on the end of their head that they can swing with incredible speed.
It is dangerous but critical work.
You know, we can't fix it until we find out what's causing it, for sure.
Yeah.
And then we can backtrack and figure out ways that we can prevent it from happening in the future.
More than 70 other marine species have also been documented spinning and swimming erratically from Key West to Palm Beach. Some have turned up dead, but it is the sawfish that has suffered the highest mortality.
You know, they're fish eaters, and so If it is something that
bioaccumulation
accumulates up the food chain and they're eating the fish that are affected by this, then it could potentially accumulate in them more than others.
Elevated levels of Gambier discus, a benthic toxic microalgae, have been detected in water samples taken so far, and toxins have also been found in the flesh of necropsied fish. But scientists believe it's too soon to conclusively say that's what's causing this.
Well, you have to realize there are multiple algal species that produce toxins and multiple toxins. So we have this matrix of multiple species and multiple toxins.
The research continues with urgency. There is so much at stake.
If we find out that the cause is because of something that we're doing to the environment, it should be a wake-up call for everybody that we need to change what we're doing and try to repair this environment that we've definitely damaged before it's irreversible.
And so as we try to science our way out of this, it's important that you contact FWC immediately if you happen to come across a sawfish in distress. Their population numbers are already critically low, and we have to do everything we can to save the ones we have left. We have the hotline number for you, plus so much more on this in our web story. Just scan that QR code. It'll take you straight to the Don't Trash Our Treasure page on local10.com.
Distressing stuff, you know, I mean, it's... Let's look at one more video about this, also from 6 months ago.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, is launching what they're calling an emergency response to reports of a particular species of fish spinning and then dying in southern Florida.
This behavior has been observed in small-toothed sawfish, which are an endangered species. Now, NOAA is calling the situation unprecedented. Officials say they have not determined yet what is causing the bizarre behavior.
Yeah, they're asking members.
Coven-esque, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Happy International Sawfish Day to you. We're talking about these remarkable creatures, sawfish, that are in dire need of our help and our protection, especially this year. With an estimated like fewer than 500 breeding females, you know, alive off the coast of Florida, to have so many of them turning up dead from this mysterious malady, it's not good.
Of the public to report sightings of these sawfish, which are typically found in the water spanning from Florida down to the Keys, the area on your screen now.
Michael.
And No One Needs McGee says, sorry if this is incredibly ignorant, but is there no way to gather up a few and just breed them out of being endangered? I don't think they've ever been bred in captivity. I don't think they do breed in captivity. I don't think they reproduce when they're captive like that.
Michael Crosby is the CEO and president of the Moat Marine Laboratory and Aquarium, which is partnering with NOAA in the response to this issue. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you explain what scientists are observing?
And they're good every winter,
and what makes the spinning behavior less than usual?
Less than usual.
Thanks very much for taking an interest in this very serious issue. These sawfish, like many other species in the Florida Keys, are exhibiting very abnormal behavior that is being termed spinning, but every fish is behaving slightly differently in this abnormal behavior. It almost seems as if it is a neurological response to some kind of an agent. Not at all sure what it is yet. The scientific community has not identified a smoking gun as yet.
So, you know, the sawfish, I was just doing a little reading here, is a type of ray. It's not a shark, even though it has that distinctive front there. Does that tell you something about what the agent affecting it may be? And actually, before I get to that, sir, if you don't mind, what makes NOAA so confident and concerned here? Is there video of these fish struggling, or are just divers reporting seeing it? What's the evidence here?
Oh, it's widespread observation by many of the people that spend a great deal of their lives out on the water in the Florida Keys, from the fishing guides, recreational fishermen, the agencies, Moat Marine Laboratory scientists who are out on the water every day. We've been observing this behavior in multiple different species now for several months. And it's grown greatly concerning because, as you mentioned, these are endangered species.
So the fact that it's
So it's potentially like 1/5 of the population has been observed to be affected. That's nuts. And 28 out of a population of like fewer than 1,000. That's devastating.
ray. Are there other types of rays that are acting strangely as well, or is it only this one for some reason?
Yeah, there are many other ray species that are also exhibiting this behavior, as well as the bony fish. So the rays are elasmobranchs with cartilage, but several bony fish species are seeing the same impacts. So Moat, in working with the Florida Fish and Wildlife over the last couple of weeks in the field, have obtained the first tissue samples and blood samples from living but distressed sawfish. So we're hoping this additional sampling will help us try to determine what the causative agent is, whether it's a toxin or whether it's a parasite.
But Mr. Crosby, I mean, this has got to be worrying for people because these rays are usually found in shallow coastal waters. Those are the waters that, when I was growing up in Florida, that's where you swim. You know, there's a reason why people are seeing this. Is there concern for the human population in the very same waterways?
Not as of yet. No abnormal water quality parameters have been identified by any of the environmental health agencies that regularly monitor the waters there. This seems to be some kind of an agent that is in the water that is negatively impacting just the fish species.
Interesting.
Well, Michael Crosby, thank you. We wish you and the NOAA team the best of luck in solving this.
Thank you very much.
The national.
So, I know it's not fun to watch something like this. I understand that. This is a serious situation, and these animals are already so close to extinction. To have something that we don't understand yet affecting them like this, we could lose sawfish off the coast of Florida like that. Another couple years like this, they could be gone. That's why it's so important to understand this. I guess this is going to be another soapbox right here, but this is why we have agencies like NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association. This is why we have publicly funded science. This is why we have scientists, you know? As a paleontologist, I study critters that are already dead, you know? They've been dead for a long time. Tens of millions of years. Dinosaurs. You might ask, what is the use in studying creatures like dinosaurs that died off so long ago? But that gives us this kind of perspective. We can see that thriving populations of living things can completely disappear from our planet if we have something catastrophic like an asteroid impact. That gives us important context and perspective, but it also makes us realize how precious these animals that we have today are. Things like sawfish that have been around practically since the time of the dinosaurs. I think they show up in like the middle Cenozoic, but anyway, they've been around for tens of millions of years. And every single one of their living species is at least, if not critically endangered, then endangered. They're all at risk of extinction right now. And that's because of us. Overfishing, habitat destruction, elimination of mangrove habitats. And now, whether it's pollution or whether it's climate change that's driving these die-offs of small-toothed sawfish off the coast of Florida, that's our fault too. This is like a clarion call. We need to understand that what we're doing to the world around us is not good. We need to put more resources into trying to set things right. And that starts with increased awareness. I'm going to give you a link again to the Sawfish Conservation Society here. If you, like me, have fallen in love with these animals, the best thing that you can do is often to learn more about them and help spread the word, get other people excited about sawfish. There's a knock-on effect there. We protect these animals, we're also protecting their ecosystem. We're protecting all of the creatures that live in this environment. And we're protecting ourselves, too. Our own coastal waterways. The people who swim in those waters don't want to be ingesting these toxins or parasites or whatever it is that's affecting the sawfish. The more we help sawfish, the more we protect and help these environments that we love and rely on. I hope that makes sense. Anyway, thanks for watching today. Happy International Sawfish Day to you. I hope you've learned something. I hope you've got a newfound appreciation for these creatures. I hope you're jazzed to, in some small way, go make the world a better place. That said, time to wrap things up here. Let's do that. Let's find somebody else to raid right now who's maybe doing some science here on Twitch. And a big thanks to everybody who's about to appear in our credits here. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's see. Nerduino is on right now. Well, well, well. We're going to go say hello to a fellow scientist who's going to be starting in just a few seconds here. Brilliant. We're catching him right at the beginning. Former NASA scientist who will have a different but complementary perspective, I think. Looking at space and maybe future of humanity too. I think you're gonna really like Nerduino's stream. He's a cool guy, NASA scientist, astronomer. He is a subject matter expert in a legitimate way, and I'm proud to be able to raid into him and show you his channel. Thank you everybody who's appeared in our credits here. Followers, raiders, chatters, question askers, subscribers and cheerers, moderators, everybody, thank you so much for helping me do this here on Twitch. These streams would not be possible without your support. I appreciate that very, very much. Well, that said, I'll be streaming again on Monday. Slight chance, maybe Saturday night, for a special surprise stream. We'll see. But for now, you all have a wonderful weekend. And I'll see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Let's go say hello to Nerduino.